With the 30th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Yanic Konan Niederhauser from Prešov, Switzerland, and Penn State University.
Yeah, let's do it. Yannik Konan Niederhauser, Yannik Konan Niederhauser. I couldn't help myself. Somebody said this on Clips and Dip last night. Yannik Konan Niederhauser, Yannik Konan Niederhauser. It does work. The syllables are just right. Don't cut them, no crap. Yannik Konan Niederhauser, Yannik Konan Niederhauser. All right. Good to be with you guys. Welcome into Clippers Talk. Here we go, Clips fans.
Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. After every game, download every pod. Clippers Talk's the name. He's a basketball talking golden god.
New episodes after every game on demand.
Follow Clippers Talk wherever you get your podcasts. Clippers.
It is your second round draft coverage, at least when it pertains to the Clippers at pick 51. I'm Adam Osland. Good to be with you guys. Appreciate everybody in here. If you missed it last night, I guess this is sloppy seconds because we did round one on Clips and Dip with myself and Chuck Mockler, but I have a lot more to get into with the Clippers drafting Yannik Konan Niederhauser. And also with their potential second round pick, we'll have some guests coming up. We'll have analysis. You'll hear from Lawrence Frank and Trent Redden last night at the draft party. I must have lost my invitation. We'll get into all of it. But yes, cheers, everyone. David Hong says in the chat, I see you guys in here. Alex Webb, Jonathan Ing, Renee Zarate, Tundra. He says he likes Yannick's name. It's catchy. Do you want to hear it again? Yannik Konan Niederhauser, Yannik Konan Niederhauser, Yannik Konan Niederhauser. Clippers in a half shell. When the evil Lakers attack, Yannik ain't gonna cut him no slack. I'm sorry, that was one of my favorite cartoons ever. I'll throw it back to my youth. Bonesaw's in here. Is Yannik Konan Niederhauser. Speaking of throwbacks, the initial one from him way back when we started this channel last year was, is Brian Seaman. That's all he said. Is Brian Seaman. Is Yannik Konan Niederhauser. He's Swiss. I don't want to hear a lot of Swiss miss. Swish? No Swiss miss from him. He's shot 61%, I think, from the field last year with Penn State. I'm going to run through the accolades, the numbers, and I even found a deep dive podcast somebody did on him before the draft. You'll hear from them. We'll go through where he was ranked, the aggregate or average or median score that he got on people's boards, where it averaged out. Jonathan Ing said, got to record that track, Adam. All right. Enough of that. The Swiss Army knife. Oh, this is not bad. This is not bad. He's got to show off more of the well-rounded game. Something Lawrence Frank said last night was very interesting. And I started to do a bit of a deep dive with him in an interview you'll hear from him before he played last year at Penn State before the season started. And it seems like he's got more range than people realize. Maybe he can shoot the three eventually. Okay. Second round draft coverage is happening. We have the audio.
At least one team in the top 5.
We'll get to it when it's the Clippers pick, and you guys are going to have to keep me abreast of the situation on here in the comments section if there's any big trades or big moves. I know the Phoenix Suns are wheeling and dealing. They might get another big here if they got Mark Williams, Milocic from Duke. God, they have Nick Richards. They went from having no bigs to a surplus of them. The Portland Trail Blazers also have a ton of bigs now, with the Chinese Jokic there now. DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams seem very much expendable. It looks like Yanic Konan Niederhauser is not going to be the backup big to start off this season. You'll hear from Lawrence Frank on that in a little bit. Somebody's asking for Clavon to call in. I did bring up the Lakers a little bit earlier. Do I have some Clavon sound on that?
I hate the Lakers.
Yeah, let me turn that up.
I hate the Lakers.
Clavon can call in. You guys can call in. 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150 if you would want to get on tonight. I don't know. Is it still 5 minutes between picks? It's going to take 2 hours to get to the Clippers pick. Are they going to be a little bit more expedited now with the process? Is it going to be smoother? Are there going to be more trades? How much tap dancing am I going to have to do? I think I have enough material here, enough content to get us through. I mean, Yanic Konan Niederhauser. Konan is sticking out to me.
Konan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women. That is good.
There's way too much fun to be had with his name alone. Yanic Konan Niederhauser was the Clippers pick at pick 30. So let's get more into it before we hear from Lawrence Frank. Yes, it sounds like with the Suns trading up, they're taking Flemings. A lot of you guys wanted him. They're getting more athletic and longer, but don't think it's going to make them any better. I don't know if it's going to make them worse. We'll see. Mark Williams is still, I think, pending another physical. He failed it with the Lakers. We'll see what happens now with Phoenix. Second round is usually 3 minutes historically between picks. So Jonathan Ing, is that accurate? What do the numbers say? Where's my sound for that? Wait a second. That's one of my favorites. That's one of my go-tos here. Other than,
And we're going to cut their ass in half like a wave, because that's what happens when a Clipper hits you. You dig? Hey, Clip is fixed.
Okay, that prediction did not come true from Clavon in that first round series against the Denver Nuggets. Nuggies. Do I have, what is it called? Oh, my Clippers talk sound. What do the numbers say? All right.
I don't know. What did the numbers?
Yeah, I got it from Kawhi.
I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
Let's see. Who else we got here? Who you like that is left? I'm not a draft expert. People are talking about Ryan Nembhard to the Clippers. I've heard that. I did hear Derrick Jones Jr. is going from flight 55 to just 5. Was that his old number somewhere along the way? Was he wearing that with Dallas? Was he wearing that with Miami? Was he wearing that in Phoenix? Law Murray, eh? We'll see who joins the show. We may have some guests lined up. But let's start with this. Yanic Konan. Too caffeinated for my own good right now.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Yanic Konan Niederhauser from Prešov, Switzerland and Penn State University.
Yannik Konan Niederhauser.
Probably saw him running down off the top rope. He was up in the stands. He wasn't one of the 24 guys on the floor. I think it's 24 that are more readily available to walk up to the podium. But here was him post-game or post-draft, I guess, in this case, speaking with the media afterwards. Want to hear from him? Hey, do I actually have to go to the YouTube side?
Yannick, I want to talk about your experience tonight. I know you were picked out of the stands. How do you feel?
Hey man, I feel grateful. Feel happy, excited, and just thankful, man. Like coming out here, having all my family here, getting caught up from the Sioux, it just felt amazing.
First row here in the middle.
Is there a certain feeling that comes with coming from the stands, like maybe hoping that you get a chance to make that walk to the stage the way you were able to?
Yeah,
It's like the Price is Right. Come on down.
Stage the way you were able to.
Yeah, it's like it made me like I was nervous up there. I'm like I really want to be there. Like I really want to walk up there, shake Adam Silver's hand. So I really got nervous a lot, you know. But I mean, I just let the night go on, and now I'm a Clipper.
Sure. And when you look at that roster and thinking about playing with guys like Kawhi or James, you know, what excites you the most about getting to LA and getting to work?
What excites me the most is all the stuff I can learn from them. Is both players skilled offensively and also defensively. So all this stuff I can learn from all the veterans there. That's what I'm looking forward to most.
Any other questions for Yannick? All right, thanks, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks for being a Clipper, Yannick. So let's talk about the resume. He was the 24-25 All Big Ten honorable mention pick in his one season at Penn State after 2 seasons at Northern Illinois. Led the Big Ten and ranked 12th in the nation in blocks, 2.31 blocks per game in just 25 minutes per game last season. Paced Penn State in rebounding, 6.3. That's a little bit low. That's only 10 boards per 40 minutes. Finished second on the team in scoring at 12.9 points per game for Penn State. He's the first guy to be drafted in the first round out of Penn State to the NBA. Neerhouser scored 19 points against Nebraska and 24 versus Minnesota in late season Big Ten wins. He had 15 and 11 rebounds on the Nittany Lions season finale upset at Wisconsin. His future took shape, and he kind of had this meteoric rise during the combines. More on that in a little bit. But in the final 5 games of the season, Konan Niederhauser averaged 16.4 points, 7 boards, 1.2 assists, and 3.4 blocks while shooting 60% from the floor when they made a little bit of noise at the end of the year. Assistant coach Brent Scott at Penn State spoke to his character, said, quote, "If I had a son, I would want him to be like Yannick. Wanna be like Yannick." Doesn't have the same ring to it as Mike, but the Ninja Turtle song works. Just the way he carried himself, I'm going to miss him. I think we're all going to miss him, not just on the floor, but just who he was. It was a joy watching him grow. I wish we had a little more time with him, but we don't always know when somebody's opportunity is going to come. His came a lot quicker than we anticipated. Oh, start of the second round.
Good evening and welcome to the second round of the 2025 NBA Draft presented by State Farm. Day 2 of the draft is being held at Barclays Center, right here in my hometown of Brooklyn, New York. Last night, we watched 30 players join the NBA family, and today we usher in another group of great players from around the world. Thank you to all the players here this evening who've come to see their dreams fulfilled. So let's get the second round started. The 31st pick in the 2025 NBA Draft belongs to the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have 4 minutes to make their selection.
For Phoenix. That trade, was that made official yet? Deputy commissioner there, I believe, Mark Tatum. Met him one time. So the second round is underway. 4 minutes, not 5 minutes, not 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's 6-minute abs, 7-minute abs. Okay. So back to Yannick. He earned an invite to the 2025 NBA Draft Combine after standout play at the 2025 NBA G League Elite Camp. Niederhauser began generating buzz at the G League Elite Camp, where he averaged 15.5 points and 6 boards in 2 games. At the combine, of note, guys, he had the second best overall standing vertical leap, only behind Drake Powell. Yannick was at 33.5 inches. Among centers, obviously, he had the best vertical leap and a max vert of 37 inches. Best shuttle run among centers. Best three-quarter sprint among centers. Third best lane agility time among centers. So quite the athlete. Has played at the senior, junior, and youth national team levels with his native Switzerland country in FIBA competition. Again, the first Nittany Lions selected in the first round of the NBA draft. If you want, here's what the NBA Draft.net player profile said for him. This is interesting here. They said strengths, and I won't go through all of this, but I'll go through some of it. I talked about the breakout season at Penn State. Highly effective as a lob target in transition and out of the pick and roll. Runs the floor hard, finishes above the rim, and thrives in space, developing touch around the rim and the beginnings of a post game that, while still raw, shows flashes of upside with footwork and touch. His free throw mechanics are clean and suggest further improvement from his 66.4% mark at the line. Defensively, he brings legit shot blocking presence, long, quick off the floor, and improving his timing. Averaged 2.3 blocks per game and displayed growing instincts as a rim protector. Can contest or alter shots both as a primary and help defender. Finishes well through contact and plays with a motor. Reported to be highly coachable, and his development from Northern Illinois to Penn State reflects his work ethic and learning curve. Still relatively new to high-level basketball and shows promising growth indicators. Weaknesses, according to NBADraft.net. Niederhauser remains raw in several areas despite his improvements, still learning how to impose himself offensively, cannot yet create for himself consistently, and is mostly dependent on others for scoring chances. While his post game is improving, it still needs refinement and confidence to become a reliable part of his arsenal. Lacks advanced footwork and doesn't pass well out of the post, average just 0.8 assists per game, turnover prone at times, and can struggle reading defenses or handling double teams. Not a polished offensive option outside of the paint. Rebounding fundamentals are inconsistent, gets decent numbers, but can improve his positioning and technique to secure boards more reliably. Can get moved off spots by more physical bigs and doesn't always box out consistently. Defensively, his timing and discipline still fluctuate, bites on fakes, and can be foul prone. His feel on both ends is still catching up to his physical tools. Lateral mobility is average, limiting his ability to switch or defend in space. Already 23 years old. I thought it was 22. 23 or 22, which limits perceived upside to some scouts compared to younger prospects, but his progress and upside still give him intrigue. Career stats not overly impressive and did not begin to stand out until he was already 22, leading to some questions about his ability to compete at a high level without a decided age advantage. The outlook. Niederhauser is emerging as one of the more intriguing second-round big men in the 2025 class, with a real chance to rise into late first-round conversations. His size, rim protection, and lob finishing ability create a clear pathway to an NBA role, and his continued growth hints at more to come. With the ability to add weight, sharpen his postgame, and continue refining his instincts, he could develop into a reliable rotational center or more over time. Given his elite measurements, athleticism, and strong work habits, teams willing to invest in a project big could see major long-term returns. While he may require patience, his trajectory suggests he's worth the wait. That was NBADraft.net. Okay. Make of that what you will. NBA analysts greeted Niederhauser's selection positively. Yahoo Sports graded the pick as an A, calling it a big swing for the Clippers, despite calling Niederhauser a late bloomer. Yahoo likes his potential. Kevin O'Connor said, quote, Konan Niederhauser is an elite athlete who lives above the rim as a finisher and shot blocker, and he displays some intriguing upside as a 7-foot shot creator. but he needs to improve his fundamentals to make it all click. NBC Sports called Niederhauser an impressive athlete and assessed the pick as a great roll of the dice by the Clippers, according to Kurt Heelan. CBS Sports gave the Clippers a B for their pick, saying that Niederhauser, quote, fits the NBA game perhaps better than he did in college, according to Adam Finkelstein. Okay. I know a lot of you wanted Kalkbrenner, Fleming, or Reynard, the kid out of Fleming, just go. Reynard out of Stanford. Some people were posting regarding drafting players and what it means to win a championship and the impact they have had over the years here. Own drafted players on the last 5 championship teams. The 2021 Milwaukee Bucks, who won. Giannis, he was drafted. Middleton was acquired after his rookie season. In 2022, of course, the Golden State Warriors drafted Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Jordan Poole. In 2023, Denver drafted Jokic, Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and Christian Brown. In 2024, the Boston Celtics, who won the championship then, had Tatum, Brown, and Pritchard drafted. And then this year in 2025, notable draftees of the OKC Thunder that helped them win the championship: J-Dub, Chet, Lou Dort went undrafted, Cason Wallace, and Aaron Wiggins. So how important is it to draft well? Well, those are your last 5 champions and the guys that help put them over the top. So I'll pull up a chart that shows average ranking of where people had Yanic Konan Niederhauser, and just run through some of the numbers with you guys. I'll share the screen for you. This is being criticized somewhat, and let's see, a little too far, a little too far, a little too far, a little too far, a little closer. Okay, can I just use the damn button? Zoom out. They had him at an overall ranking of the 55th best player in the draft, according to 12 people, some stats guys, some scout guys. Of note in here, who are the guys? It's Kevin O'Connor, John Hollinger, a lot of names I didn't recognize, a couple of guys that I DM'd to see if they'll join the show. One of them did get back to me. A guy who had him as high as 29th, so he went 30th, Max Saban. Now, Max Saban is a purely analytics guy. He is a fanatic data scientist, he calls himself, but he was on this list. And so I DM'd him. I asked him, interested why you had Yannick 29th. He said this: his athleticism, reinforced by all-time great combine testing, stands out as his biggest strength as a prospect. Coupled with plus size and decent defensive numbers, there's potential to be a serviceable backup big in the NBA. Accordingly, my tiers model classified him as a bench reserve. Well, that's not exactly a ringing endorsement. I do recognize that 29 is relatively high on Konan, especially compared to most model outputs. He's very limited offensively, so he'll likely operate with minuscule usage and solely as an interior presence. But that kind of player can still return borderline first-round value. I think my similarity score calculations, player comps, offer a decent indication for his possible NBA outcomes, ranging from Jericho Sims, 80.3% similarity, on the lower end, to Daniel Gafford, 77.6% similarity, as a potential ceiling for him. This is coming from Max Saban, who is on this list right here. Every time I try to scroll up, he's this guy. He had him going 29th. Now, somebody who had him going 9th, that high, I did reach out to him. This is Nick Kalinowski. Kelly Kapowski's brother? I don't know. Nick Kalinowski. He hasn't read. He left me on red. He hasn't seen it yet. I asked him to come on the show. I DM'd him. He has him ranked higher than anybody on this list, of the average rank being number 55 or going. That's everybody's board all the way ranked out to 55 is the average across these 12 people who graded out Yannick. Somebody has him 125th best player in the draft. Another person 138. Someone has him unranked. Someone has him 55th. The guy who had him 9th. The guy who had him 29th. I just read you his analysis. Somebody had him 34th. Somebody had him the 41st best prospect, the 44th best prospect, the 40th, the 37th. Another person had him unranked. It's all over the place for Yanic Konan Niederhauser. It is typical for a draft. And for a player who played a lot overseas, I would say that's not that far out of the ordinary. But I just wanted to give you some perspective. Kevin O'Connor, for what it's worth, had him 44. John Hollinger had him 40th. Those are probably the two biggest names on this draft board here. It's arbitrary. Everybody has their own preference and how they rank guys. I'll show you something else, though. Yeah, maybe I'll get into this in a little bit. I want to hear from Lawrence Frank here. As we move along in the draft, I think we're at pick 33. Charlotte is on the clock. Clippers are at pick 51. But last night at a draft party at Court B at Intuit Dome, Lawrence Frank and Trent Redden were both there. So was Coach Lou. Maybe we'll get to Coach Lou at some point. But your MCs, Brian Seaman and Lauren Rosen, were there. I think Carlo Jimenez was there. My invite was lost in the mail. Here was Lawrence Frank and Trent Redden post-game speaking with the media about the selection of Yanic Konan Niederhauser.
He's a terrific athlete. Super exciting night. We're super excited with our draft pick of what's his name again? Yannick. Yeah, I'm joking. Yanic Konan Niederhauser. We had the really good opportunity to get to know Yannick. Really, it started back when he was at Northern Illinois with one of our scouts, Sean Lawyer, who saw him there. And then when he transferred to Penn State, we continue to keep an eye on him. We have regional scouts there, Steve Rosenberry, and over time, all of us saw him. And then the added benefit of Penn State being in the Big Ten, they actually practice in our gym before they played USC and UCLA. And Yannick was coming back from an ankle injury. And then we had Yannick out the couple weeks ago, and Trent and I were able to take him out to dinner. And since he's nursing a sprained ankle,
I know the jokes that are coming right now from you guys. Oh, he's already hurt. Perfect Clipper. Not funny. Not funny.
Maggie Bryant and our performance health and wellness coming back from an ankle injury. And then we had Yannick out the couple weeks ago, and Trent and I were able to take him out to dinner. And since he's nursing a sprained ankle, our Maggie Bryant and our performance health and wellness staff was able to spend time with him. Long story short, I'll let Trent tell you his journey of how he got here, but I think his best basketball is ahead of him. He's got great positional size.
That is something Lawrence Frank always stresses, and I think you can make the argument, obviously, based upon the draft combine, that for his size, he is definitely the best athlete in this draft.
He's a terrific athlete, north to south. He's one of the fastest centers. In fact, he tested the fastest in the combine. He's a very good screen setter, roller, and vertical lob threat. We think in due time, not next year, but you can squint in 2 years from now, you can see him with the ability to shoot some threes. He's got a really, really good touch.
Okay. This is interesting because while I don't think he took many three-pointers last year with Penn State, I think it's something he has showed for the Swiss national team. He's taken more threes there because I want to say how many total. He took 11 threes total last season. He made one. The year before that for Northern Illinois, he took 24. Year before that, first year and I took 16. I'll try to find his Swiss numbers, but yeah, that's kind of interesting. That's a bit of a revelation. His shot does look pretty pure form-wise. When you look at it, looks really smooth.
I think his best basketball is ahead of him. He's got great positional size. He's a terrific athlete. North to south, he's one of the fastest centers. In fact, he tested the fastest in the combine. He's a very good screen setter, roller, and vertical lob threat. We think in due time, not next year, but you can squint in 2 years from now, you can see him with the ability to shoot some threes. He's got a really, really good touch. He's so thirsty to learn. And you'll kind of get the background when Trent goes into his backstory, but he's super, super coachable. He understands the areas he has to get better at. He's very, very motivated to be really, really good. And we always go on the draft board for best available player. And it also coincides this time with a need. Is we've kind of looked over the years for a center that complements Zoo, that does something different than Zoo does. And sometimes it's resulted with guys being undersized where we haven't been able to maximize it. Yannick has legit positional size. And I think
so. They're very high on that positional size. You mentioned guys in the past haven't been able to maximize it as the backup, weren't big enough. Daniel Oturu, notably, apparently was shorter than we thought at pick 33 a few years back. Maybe he's talking about Fiondo Cabangeli there. Maybe he's talking about Daniel Tice or Eubanks or just some of the guys they have brought in over the years to try and see if they could be the backup to Ivica Zubac. They're not able to fill his shoes in terms of just being a big body out there. Yannick is not going to have that problem.
As legit positional size. And I think the rim rolling threat combined with what, Zoo's play is, I think in due time will be really, really good. Again, we're super excited. I'll turn over to Trent to kind of give you some background on Yannick on how he started this journey.
We don't always hear from Trent Redden, but he is the GM of the Clippers. Lawrence Frank, VP of Basketball Operations. Mark Hughes, Assistant GM. I was kind of disappointed because I listened to this a little bit earlier. Nobody asked him about Monty McNair now being in the fold. Maybe because is it not official yet? I think it's official. I would have been interested to hear a question about Monty, but here's Trent Redden.
Yeah, he grew up in Switzerland in a small village outside Bern that had like 200 people. At 15, he played kind of when he came on the scene to our international guys, Fab, Besnati. He played on a U16 Switzerland team. He was still 6'1". And on that team was also Kashawn George. And they weren't particularly good because they were just starting their development journey in terms of their bodies. 2 years later, Yannick was 17 and a half, 18 years old, and he was 6'9", growing, 8 inches in less than 2 years. And you can see it with his play that he's still learning how to play with this massive frame that he has that is freak of nature. From there, he goes to Northern Illinois. He played for 2 years. That's where John Lawyer saw him for the first time. And then goes to Penn State this past year. And Jason Piambetti and the rest of the group really started to pick up on him. He doubled his output essentially in terms of points and rebounds from the MAC to the Big Ten. So moved up in level and grew as a player immensely, thanks to the coaching staff at Penn State and his own work rate. We think there's plenty of upside. That's the famous draft word, obviously. But for a guy that's been this age, he's still learning and growing into this frame that he hasn't had his whole life. And we think there's some real upside there.
So while he is older, he hasn't played a ton of basketball. And yes, he's still 22. Can I get his birthday here? March 14th. So yeah, he just turned 22. The Wikipedia is right. But he hasn't played enough basketball to have the feel or to have hit his ceiling when it comes to having feel out there, as he had that late growth spurt.
And, we talked about seeing him out here, but the kid himself and being able to go to dinner with him, he's pretty impressive as a human being, speaks multiple languages, really, really loves the game of basketball, easy to be around. And, we think we got a chance to have someone that can learn from Zoo and grow into a role that could play complementary to him at the center position to, as Elle pointed out, we just haven't had a size guy at that position in the backup role that's young that we can kind of feed into and give to our development staff.
So again, positional size. They value getting a big like this that is almost 7 feet with shoes off. And the best athlete of the big men coming out of this draft.
Are there any injury issues with him going into the year, and do you expect him to be the backup center?
Well, I mean, I think one is.
Are there any injury issues going into the year, and do you expect him to be the backup center? That sounded like Justin Rousseau.
His injury. So he's coming off an ankle injury, not serious. He just sprained his ankle. So he was actually getting back there. We'll probably
he looked good running on it down from the stands to get to the podium last night.
Probably, kind of just ramp him up gradually. He'll probably be available for some parts of summer league, but we'll see where he's at. That.
Charlotte got Kalkbrenner to make up for losing all their bigs to Phoenix. Seems wise.
And I think we'll look at free agency. I mean, Yannick is, even though he's 22, he's basketball young, because to Trent's point, he didn't start playing the center position till 17. So we really look at his best basketball really is out in front of him. And if you track it, like Trent talked about him doubling his production, but even study his last 7 games, in the Big Ten and their last 5 where they went 3-2, he's just touching it. So we'll make a decision in terms of, whether, T-Lou decides who plays, but we'll probably have at least 3 centers.
Okay. That's kind of a big talking point that's been going around online. This from Lawrence Frank.
T-Lou decides who plays, but we'll probably have at least 3 centers. And
we'll probably have at least 3 centers. So it doesn't sound like he's going to be the slotted in backup for this season. They will still be on the search for that guy in free agency. That's how I interpret it.
We may want to get a different complement to balance it, because it's hard at any level for rookies to come in, but especially on a team like ours. But we'll kind of see how the roster plays out.
All right, somebody in here, because we brought up Yannick having the late growth spurt and growing into his body and getting used to just how big he has become. Somebody said Anthony Davis comp. He also had a very late growth spurt and had to get used to his bigger body. Any injury concerns like AD? I don't think AD had many injury concerns coming out of Kentucky. AD was more of a freak athlete who I think was much more rounded out skill-wise when he won the national championship with Kentucky his freshman year. No, I don't think Anthony Davis is a comp. I think the best comp you could give is Derek Lively. That's high praise. I'm not saying Yannick's going to be Derek Lively, but that might be his highest ceiling.
You have someone that's 22, kind of late being drafted at this stage. How do you guys kind of view their progress? How they can improve along the way when they kind of started out, as you guys said, at 22 years old, just started playing the game of basketball?
Yeah, it's not that he just started playing the game of basketball. Like, he's played. It's just playing with this frame is a little new to him. So the physical parts of the game that you would see a normal center have is still a work in progress. And we saw growth even from the start of the year to the end of the year. 22, as NIL has came into the space, you guys have seen that more and more guys are going to be staying in school. Like, the normal seniors, the normal juniors will be going to kind of be back in, well, not vogue, but more of the group of being picked. You'll see tomorrow night, there'll be a lot more guys that are going to be older because the incentives to stay in school are different these days.
There were other bigs out there. Did you guys go the route of, like, we want someone who we can develop with a lot of upside versus, say, there might be a more polished big that's available now?
Well, I think the draft.
Okay, this is a really good question. Listen to this again.
You guys go the route of, like, we want someone who we can develop with a lot of upside versus say there might be a more polished big that's available now?
Well, I think the draft is so much about projection. And there are a lot of good players available. And it's always tough deciding one versus the other. I think why we decided with Yannick is he's got terrific positional size. He also has some definite traits in the short term that will carry over, like his ability to run the floor, his ability to play behind the defense in the dunker spot, his ability to play screen and roll and be a vertical threat. Those are things that will carry over pretty much in day one. Some of the other things, the different pick and roll coverages, the nuances of, defensively as a rebounder, he has to get better there. He has a knack to get the offensive boards, but as Trent talked about in terms of him getting used to playing with this big frame, because he's strong. And I think it's just how he applies that functional athleticism going forward. But to answer your question, I think with all these guys, what you have to try to do and why it's such a challenge is what do they look like 12 months from now? What do they look like 24 months from now? And can you project them when they're in their prime, when they're 26 years old? What are they? Are they rotation players? Are they key players off the bench? Are they just roster players? And the goal is that when you draft, especially at 30, I think there's a 15% chance that the player will be in the league in 5 years, still in the league as a rotation player.
Did you guys hear that? Listen to this again.
Old. What are they? Are they rotation players? Are they key players off the bench? Are they just roster players? And the goal is that when you draft, especially at 30, I think there's a 15% chance that the player will be in the league in 5 years, still in the league as a rotation player. So
when you draft at 30, there's a 15% chance that guy's still in the league in 5 years.
There will be in the league in 5 years, still in the league as a rotation. That when you draft, especially at 30, I think there's a 15% chance that the player will be in the league in 5 years, still in the league as a rotation player. So you're just doing your best to try to beat that math. And we feel he has a really good chance to be that type of player.
You guys who want to be outraged of, oh, the Clippers are missing on their picks and stuff. And I had a guy who came at me earlier today, or maybe it was late last night. I mentioned, let's see, I don't know how he responded to what I put up. Oh, okay. I put up the video of him being announced by Adam Silver last night. Yanic Konan Niederhauser. And somebody said Ty Lue is the problem. He doesn't use rookies except in garbage minutes. And I'll share the screen. And I quote tweeted Jamal Christopher, who I think made a really good point, saying, in my opinion, to me, people focus a little too much on Ty not playing young guys versus whether or not those young guys are actually good. The picks, to me, be the problem, not playing them. I don't think Ty or many coaches, for that matter, aren't playing guys who are worthy of seeing the floor. So then the guy responds to that, me quote tweeting Jamal Christopher, this guy Mark Law. He goes, you will never know if they are good if you do not play them in an actual game. Great coaches play all their players at some point, then trade them come deadline. After the deadline is when the season truly starts. I'm sick and tired of this guy, Ty Lue. So I respond to this guy and go, in the last 2 years, both Kobe Brown and Jordan Miller have gotten real looks, and they have a stretch of games to show they deserve more minutes. Neither guy's taken advantage of it enough to warrant more on-court time. Kobe continues to not shoot it well in the G League, and that's his swing skill. Jordan started off aggressive last year. Then when he got ripped and the ball taken from him a couple times going left, when teams figured out he would always do that, he clearly lost his confidence. Not sure what you were watching. And I always tell you guys this, like, do you want to win or play young guys? Because it's real hard to do both. This guy, Mark Law, responds, goes, you act like we only have had just 2 players in 6 years. That's not a good tweet, mate. All the great teams have used young guys, something Clippers failed to do. Yes, win now, but we also need hustlers, runners, which is what the last 4 teams had. I responded saying, let me know all the young guys that left the Clippers and went on to play winning basketball over the last 6 years. All the guys the Clippers clearly messed up not playing more and then went on to contribute to winning teams. Perhaps not all young guys are created equal, and Coach Lue has had reasons not to play them much since, most of the Clippers guys are not exactly top 10 picks. I didn't hear back from that guy.
Hey! Where y'all going? Where y'all going? You a legend, bro.
Where y'all going? I never heard a response. He had nothing for that, apparently. There's context. There's nuance to this. The Clippers have been picking, when they do get picks, later in the draft for the most part. Do they need to do better? Sure. Of course. That's fair. Jason Preston, pick 33. Daniel Oturu, pick 33. Keon Johnson, pick 21. Kobe Brown, pick 30. Book's still out on him. Fiondo Kabengele, pick 27, I think. Do they need to do better? Sure. Is it also difficult when you get that late into the draft? Late into the first round? Lawrence Frank had the number, and I think it's accurate because everything that I've lined up with looking at drafts and looking at how difficult it is to actually find guys and talking about how much a crapshoot it is, he says here that there's a 15% chance.
Wrong, and I think it's just how he applies that functional athleticism going forward. But to answer your question, I think with all these guys, what you have to try to do and why it's such a challenge is what do they look like 12 months from now? What do they look like 24 months from now? And can you project them when they're in their prime, when they're 26 years old? What are they? Are they rotation players? Are they key players off the bench? Are they just roster players? And the goal is that when you draft, especially at 30, I think there's a 15% chance that the player will be in the league in 5 years, still in the league as a rotation player. So you're just doing your best to try to beat that math. And
15% chance when you draft at 30 that within 5 years that player is still in the league. 85% chance he's not. It's very, very difficult. If the Clippers kept having top 10 picks or just lottery picks and they were blowing them every year and guys weren't panning out, that would be one thing. Do they need to do better in the late first round, early second round? Sure. But the math is the math. 15% of all picks that were taken 30 actually are still around in 5 years. You can go through the drafts yourself and look at how many guys are out of the league that were taken at the end of the first round. Go check it out. It's an extensive list. So to act like, oh, the Clippers always get it wrong, we can't draft. It's like part of this is they're not getting high picks. They have less of a chance of hitting. I just think that's worth bringing up. More from Lawrence Frank and Trent Redden last night.
And we feel he has a really good chance to be that type of player.
Lawrence, I had a question similar to the point that you just made about just the challenges that late first round picks face trying to stick in the league. Obviously, a lot of that is just because the teams they're being drafted to are teams that are trying to win, have veterans. You guys have been in that position. Is that something you guys think of and refine over the years when you see maybe how certain developments have played out with late first round picks that you guys have had in recent seasons?
Yeah, no doubt. And I think it's, look, we're always the position we're in, and not that we're the only team like this, but we're always trying to be competitive. We're always trying to win. And we're also super fortunate in that we're in a great market that veteran players want to be. And, we've talked about it before. I think in terms of young players getting on the floor. So first it starts with, with us in terms of talent identification and character identification, mental makeup. Then it's the development of that talent. And then it's creating pathways for them to have an opportunity to play. And then when they do have an opportunity to play, for them to show whether they're capable or not. And it's tough because you look at even the guys that we've had who have been on minimums, veteran guys, it's hard for those guys to beat them out. So we're constantly looking, and we're going to make some tweaks in how we go through with our younger players.
Okay, listen to this. They're looking to make some tweaks with their formula here.
And we're going to make some tweaks in how we go through with our younger players next year. In the G League has been unbelievable for our guys. It's been terrific. But we're also we're going to make, some tweaks in terms of having our guys spending more time with the team here. So they're getting practice reps. They're getting hands-on in terms of coaching, from the coaches here. So because back, I'm going to be the old man, but back when I was coaching there was a lot of practices. And so for a young guy to earn playing time, he would do it in practice. He'd beat out the veteran. And eventually from a coaching perspective.
See, because of the G League now, those guys aren't competing with the veterans as much at practice. Lawrence Frank is making the point that was an opportunity to show coaches that I can beat this guy out and leapfrog him in the rotation. Well, they're not getting it as much because they're in the G League playing all the time, which is good. It gives them more high-level basketball seasoning. But one way to get more on-court time at the NBA level is to beat guys out in practice. They don't practice as much as they used to, but I think this is an important tweak to the way Clippers do things with young guys here.
So because back, I'm going to be the old man, but back when I was coaching there was a lot of practices. And so for a young guy to earn playing time, he would do it in practice. He'd beat out the veteran. And eventually from a coaching perspective, you're like, hey, he's wearing this guy out. I got to give him a chance. Well, now, because in the NBA, because of the density of schedule, there's not a lot of practice time other than training camp. There's really no opportunity for young players to compete for playing time, that they either do it in the G League or through just their talent or opportunity, they nail it the first time. And we know, we've talked about this, is figuring out ways for our younger players to have pathways. And also at the same time, they have to earn it. And we don't give them anything. And there's always a lot of competition because we're super fortunate to have several good players.
Somebody in here said, I'm not surprised. It's Clips Gang TV said, sounds like the new guy sitting next to Frank is making changes to how Ty does things. Hello, McFly. Trent Redden has been with the organization for like 5 years now. He's not new. He's been with them for a while.
I'm curious as to what T. Lou, we saw him earlier. We know he's been here. What his feedback was as far as the draft process in general, and specifically if any feedback or excitement even that he had specifically to Yannik being drafted.
Yeah, T. Lou was great in the draft process. I mean, not only is he here to see the guys work out, but he also watches film. So it's great to be able to get his insight on all the guys. And you have a pretty good sense of the guys in the range and to be able to narrow it down. But he was terrific. He's super excited. I think, because not only did he see, just Yannick's athleticism, but we do a shooting drill called Clipper 105. That's pretty standard around the league. That's different types of threes. And even though, again, you're not probably going to see Yannick shoot threes in a game next year, but he saw his stroke. He was really, really impressed about what he could be. And so Ty's super excited for Yannick, and he adds a different element. And plus, I think when you meet Yannick, as Trent talked about, he's got a great spirit about him.
Is there a player he reminds you of, Yannick?
The tricky thing when you do that is you're now thinking about that player. And I always feel when you're doing player comps, it's kind of unfair because each player is their own self. And if I say, hey, DeAndre Jordan, Derek Lively, but he has, he has qualities of those. You think about the guys in the league, and it's unfair because these guys are all accomplished. Yannick hasn't. He's just this is draft night. So I always think it's a little bit unfair to put those expectations on him. But you have the classic, the Clint Capellas. There's a wide range of guys.
Clint Capella. That's an interesting comp to make there, Lawrence Frank. Talking about Yannik Neerhouser. Clint Capella, if you didn't know, a Swiss professional basketball player like Yannik. A free agent. A guy that I would love to see in a Clippers uniform as the backup big this season, reunited with James Harden, but also has a little bit of a connection to Yannik, I guess. I just thought it was interesting that he was on Lawrence Frank's mind here.
They're all accomplished. Yannick hasn't. He's just this is draft night. So I always think it's a little bit unfair to put those expectations on him. But you have the classic, the Clint Capellas. There's a wide range of guys in this league, and we've tried to find guys like that because what you want to do, especially if you're center position, if they're basically one position players, that they only play one position, you'd like to have diverse skill sets. Zoo has done an unbelievable job of growing his game. And he's become one of the best centers in the game. Ideally, and whether it's Yannick, whether it's other people we add, we'd like to just have diversity there. And I think he's going to bring that.
Yeah, like you could come up with an array of guys that are rolling vertical lob threats that run very well at 7 feet, that defensively have some ability to switch, but are going to play probably in a drop coverage most of the time, that are big. Like you can run the gamut of those guys, and those are the type of names you'll hear. I think the unique thing about Yannick is that we're still figuring that out of what he will be. And yeah, you don't really want to put those names on people sometimes, but no, those are the skills. And so you can probably draw your own connections.
If you watch Yannick in some of the highlights from last season with Penn State, and we watched some of them last night with Charles Mockler on Clips and Dip, he wasn't just in drop. He was up to touch. He'd hedge some of the screens, pick and roll coverages. Like, that was interesting to me.
Do you think you'd ever play him with Zoo?
Well, that's why Ty Lue is the.
Do you think you'd ever play him with Zoo?
Well, that's why Ty Lue is the head coach. Yeah.
But based off of what you've seen, it makes sense to even cross train him. Like with Kobe, you drafted him, and it's like we've heard 3 different ways of using Kobe, for example. I mean, it's a different player, but similar question. It's like we know that you're looking at him as a center. Is there something there where you could say over, either immediately or eventually that he could eventually play with another center?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we're just going to have him focus at being a center. But you never know. You watch even how the Rockets, the double big lineup. But I would say if we try to give our guys, especially when we're onboarding them, we just try to keep their box pretty small. Because they're overloaded, as rookies, especially on a veteran team. So it's going to be a center. It's going to be, you're going to focus on, you're going to be an unbelievable runner on both ends, screener, rim roller, vertical threat, rim protector. Like the job description, that's the job. And then be great at those things, and then we'll build that. But in terms of, the vision for him is really as a 5, but as a league continues to evolve, and as people try to negate so much shooting on the floor and to be able to offset it in different ways, we're super lucky to have Ty Lue, who is, as creative as they come, to figure it out. But I think, right, to answer your question, I think we're just going to focus on him being a 5 right now.
Simplify things for him. I think for him to play the 4, the shooting would have to be there. And it's only there in theory right now. You'll hear from Yannick in a little bit. I'll play some audio of him talking about his outside shooting.
What would be the best case scenario that you got in James Harden?
What would be the best case scenario with you guys and James Harden?
What's the best case scenario? That James is here a long time, and and the Clippers win championships. That's the best case scenario. Well, I guess probably hire you as the lead negotiator. You have you had the James Harden wine? Have you ever had his wine?
Brad Turner from the LA Times.
No. All right. So nothing. I mean, we're able to formally engage with James once the finals ended. He's our number one priority. We're super hopeful that James is here and he's here for for a long time.
That's an interesting comment to me. We're hopeful that James is here and he's here for a long time.
That James is here and he's here for for a long time.
Could that mean more than just lining up his contract over the next 2 seasons with Kawhi Leonard?
That James is here and he's here for for a long time. And
would they do that? I've been asking that question since the season ended. The biggest domino to fall is James Harden. What if he wants more than 2 years? Would they do it? That would be them taking up cap room in 2027. That's a tough decision. But this is the first real update we've gotten in a bit about James Harden.
That James is here and he's here for for a long time. But yet at the same time, we always respect he has a player option, so he can opt in, and obviously we're super excited that, or he can opt out, and hopefully we can do a deal that makes sense for both sides. But James, as you guys know, was phenomenal. And we hope to continue to see his play.
So if he opts in, it would be for $35 million. He opts out, he's a free agent. Yes, he's got till the end of the month.
You really get a chance to speak with him after the series ended. How did he kind of take how that series ended and that postseason run?
Yeah, I mean,
how did he take how the series ended, James Harden?
I think very, very disappointed, like all our guys. Our guys and our group really felt we had a real chance, not just to get out of the first round, but to do something really, really special. I think, when James and others look back and reflect back, we look at different moments throughout that series where, we make a play here, make a play there, that the outcome could have been different. So there's always a lot of reflection, and I think he looks first internally, and then he's a super, super bright guy. And then we kind of problem solve together and figure out, okay, what are internally, how do we get better? And, you look in the mirror first, and then what kind of needs the team has. And so it hurts. I think all our guys talking to him, like it really hurt, because to a man, despite kind of what the outside expectations were, the momentum we built, and then, winning 18 of our last 21, and then, winning that game at Golden State, the team, thought, hey, this could be our year. Unfortunately, obviously it wasn't. So, and, I know it's hard, and we all have responsibilities, in terms of both the good and the bad, and facing the music, and no excuses are made. But I think when you put so much into it and you fall short, everyone deals with that differently. But to answer your question, I think he was really, really disappointed, just because his expectations, just like all of ours, were very, very high. And unfortunately, we fell short.
You can hear it in his voice. They were really disappointed with that first round exit. They thought they had more. They thought they had a deeper run in them. We all did. As good of a regular season as it was, as strong as they finished the regular season, to lose in the first round, even though Denver's very good and they took OKC to 7 games, they pushed them further than anybody else did, it still felt like the Clippers left some meat on the bone.
The last 10 to 12 days, we've seen about 10 to 12 players move around the league, get traded around the league. How are you guys kind of viewing that? Do you expect to be in the mix in a lot of those as teams are kind of reshaping their teams around the second apron?
Yeah, we, look, you're always in constant.
So Tomer there asked Lawrence Frank about some of the big names that are out there and moving around right now.
Do you expect to be in the mix in a lot of those as teams are kind of reshaping their teams around the second apron?
Yeah, I mean, as look, you're always in constant contact with all the teams, and you have a good sense of the things that you can be involved with, and other things that you're not. Just like we talked about last year, the CBA is having a huge impact. We made some decisions, and some decisions were made last year to create flexibility for us going forward. You see what other
Not signing Paul George to $200 million.
teams have to do, and there's no secrets. So, but yeah, you're constantly engaged and looking for opportunities to get the team better, and we'll continue to do that. And kind of our goal, Trent and I, and the rest of the front office team, is how can we get this current group as good as we can possibly be to compete at the highest level, while also still having flexibility going forward, because to your point, it's not going to stop. And in our case, because of, Steve, Ty, LA, Intuit Dome, all the great things that we're blessed with, that players are going to be in circulation, and we have to be in a position to be able to attain them. And, many times cap space, gives you that opportunity, because we're super fortunate that players want to play here.
This is why you have to keep cap flexibility, because you never know when that next young guy becomes available, because there's some dissension between he and his own front office and organization that we don't know about. You have to stay nimble and be available to make big moves when they present themselves. In case somebody else, all of a sudden, a great player like Luka Doncic is available out of nowhere, you got to be ready.
I have two for you, actually.
He way to counter,
Wow.
Derek. Yeah, good job. You got Dennis good.
Norm is extension eligible, obviously. Kind of what have the negotiations or discussions been like with him and his representation, and kind of how has that gone? But then also, this is the first time Kawhi's entered the offseason healthy. Kind of how's he been? Where's he at? Not physically, but, in terms of kind of him being ready for the summer and the offseason and getting ready for camp. Is he where you guys want him to be?
Yeah, so Norm, extension conversations actually can't start until July. And at the appropriate time, we'll sit with Norm and his representative to talk about kind of, an extension and what it would look like and how it would fit in the bigger picture.
Let me hear that again.
We'll sit with Norm and his representative to talk about kind of, an extension and what it would look like and how it would fit in the bigger picture.
Kind of, an extension and what it would look like.
An extension and what it would look like and how it would have to talk about kind of, an extension and what it would look like and how it would fit in the bigger picture.
How it would fit in the bigger picture. I just don't see it unless it's only 2 years. But Norm, to his credit, he deserves more than that. I just don't know if the Clippers are the team to do it. I'd be surprised. I think Norm is their big trade asset. If he's with them past the trade deadline, I would be a little bit surprised. I love Norm. I don't want him to leave, but he's probably due for 4 years, $90 million again, at least. And I don't know if the Clippers are the team in a position to do it.
We'll sit with Norm and his representative to talk about kind of, an extension and what it would look like and how it would fit in the bigger picture. With Kawhi, he continued to train all the way until basically the end of the finals, because he wanted to push his body to get to that point so he can play deep in June.
Okay, that's big. Kawhi kept training. Now you can't replicate, game reps. You can't. But he continued to train concurrently with the NBA playoffs still going to see how his body would hold up. I think that's a good experiment. And apparently he's fine.
Your pitcher. With Kawhi, he continued to train all the way until basically the end of the finals, because he wanted to push his body to get to that point so he can play deep in June. He's extremely excited because, to your point, it's the first time in a while he's not rehabbing from a surgery, an injury, and he's really, he's able to get back to training to, whether it's improving things in his game, adding different things that he wants with in terms of his strength and explosiveness with his body, and just getting back to working as opposed to rehabbing. So yeah, I mean, he pushed himself all the way until the finals, and now he'll continue with his normal summer routine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks, y'all.
Lawrence Frank and Trent Redden there, your VP of basketball operations and your general manager of the Clippers post-draft last night, talking about Yannick, and then in the back end, a little bit of James Harden talk, a little bit of Norman Powell, and a Kawhi update for you too there. Lawrence, at his exit interview to this season, said a couple of interesting things about Kawhi. One, he said, can him being able to train this summer bring back some of his athleticism and explosiveness? And I thought he looked really good at times, but he still only played 37 games this season. It looked like he was peaking heading into the playoffs. I've seen people, I think it was Justin Wilson, who said maybe the time off was too much for this team, that week off between the end of the regular season and the first round. And some of the guys got out of shape, or they didn't have as much wind going up against Denver like they needed to have. It threw them off. I don't know. But I think Kawhi overall looked like he was primed for that first round series. And at times he looked magnificent. Game 2 was an all-time Kawhi Leonard playoff game. I don't think he was good enough or played enough to his standard, but he was their best player still. Just 25 points, though, a game, while being very efficient. You'd want to see somewhere closer to 28 to 30 points per game in that series, even if he's a little less efficient. But Lawrence Frank talking about maybe getting back some of his athleticism and strength because he can spend this off season doing more strength training, doing more of the hard stuff. Now, probably still has to be careful to some degree. Can't have that right knee flaring up. But if he's able to train the way he has in the past, and again, he continued to work during the playoff run, even with the Clippers out of it, to just be able to see if his body could hold up throughout an entire playoff run, to push himself in that way. And while, again, it is not the same as playing in games, it's not nothing. I think that's very encouraging. I think, of course, Kawhi, for the first time since he left the bubble, he's leaving a season healthy, is a big deal. He kept talking about that goal of getting to the offseason healthy. He knows how important that is. Now he can put in the work the way he wants to. He can fine-tune his game, really hone in on his skills. And again, I think he looked very good for the most part. But Lawrence Frank talked about in his exit interview, there's still another level he can get to, that he believes Kawhi can get to with an off season of not having to rehab and just being able to work, to grind, to train. That's who Kawhi is. He's gotten to this point being this good of a player because he enjoys doing the tough stuff, practicing, training. He also mentioned, though, at that exit interview, that he thought it was fair, it sounded like, to speculate if Kawhi is still a top 5 player or a top 10 player now. He said that at his exit interview coming out of that series loss about a month ago. A little over that now. That was the first time Lawrence Frank didn't say, hey, when Kawhi's healthy, he's a top 5 player. That was the first time he left a little bit of room there, wiggle room. Maybe he's top 10. I don't know if he's trying to light a fire under Kawhi there. I don't know if Kawhi would have heard it anyways. But I thought it was notable just because it was the first time I had ever heard Lawrence Frank not say, when Kawhi's healthy, he's a top 5 player. Anybody can get hurt, but not anybody can be a top 5 player when they are healthy. And that's what they've always had with Kawhi. So I don't know if he was questioning it or if he was just addressing that realistic possibility. We'll see. He's going to be 34. He's turning 34 on June 29th. So just a few days from now. I don't know if you guys seen some of the modeling pics. He's been at some runways recently. He's doing some photo shoots. Kawhi, he looks good, but I am eager to see how he looks to start the season. That's what we're waiting for. Does Kawhi come out of the gates strong? Does he have something to prove? If he is able to train the way he has in the past, is there that extra level that he can get to and still be a tier 1 player in this league? I think it's possible because he's that skilled. He's never relied on a ton of athleticism anyways. He's never been the most athletic player on his roster or on the court. That's not who Kawhi is. Good athlete, above average for sure. But I remember Jimmer Fredette, I think, beat him out on some of the combine stats that were up the year he went through the NBA combine. Kawhi has never been the biggest athletic freak. He is a polished, refined, skilled player that gets to his spots. But how much has he lost of whatever athleticism he started with because of all the knee injuries, because of age? Big RR64 said Kawhi Leonard is still top 5 if he's healthy and feeling good. I had my concerns if he'd be able to get through the season in a playoff series healthy, or if the knee at some point would flare up because of just the intensity that he'd have to go through. And it's just different. There's just no way to mimic it. But he made it. He got to the offseason healthy. What version of Kawhi are we going to see to start the year? All right. More from Yanic Konan Niederhauser, as we're at pick 43 now. Clippers have pick 51. So probably a good half hour away. If you guys want to call in, 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150 is the phone number. See, there are some people that are on the side of either Kawhi or James Harden. It's like Kawhi did not do his thing. His playoff numbers weren't elite. Not for playoff Kawhi's standard. Having one great, outstanding, otherworldly top-tier game isn't enough in a 7-game series. And he only had that in game 2. In game 1, he had some bad turnovers, including one on Jamal Murray, who ripped it away from him with the Clippers up 1 with 30 seconds left. That contributed to them losing game 1. He wasn't at his usual. You have to be honest about that. Was he good? Was he their best player? Yes. Was he still playing to his standard for playoff Kawhi? No. There's a difference. But some people just, they want to take sides. Like, we're rooting for the Clippers. Don't make it Kawhi versus James. Marco said Kawhi was outstanding one game, but he was just okay the others, and I'm a Kawhi fan. He was good in game 4. He was good in game 6. I shouldn't say game 4, game 3. Okay, now we have the correction from the guy who said Kawhi did his thing. For making it through the end of the season, you are correct, not elite playoff Kawhi. It was good. It wasn't great. It wasn't best player in the series. It wasn't that on either end. There were times that Aaron Gordon was being more physical than him. That's rare to see. It wasn't, I think it's been exaggerated a little bit by people, how many times it happened, but it happened. What does that say about the rest of the stars? So Clips Gang TV can't understand the nuance here. He says if Kawhi's playoff average wasn't elite, then what does that say about the rest of our stars? Kawhi is the number one player on the team. He's the best player on the team. He's getting paid more than anyone else on the team. More is expected of him. I'm not talking about the rest of the guys. I know some of the other guys were not, they definitely were further away from their expectations in that series. But Kawhi's expectations are going to be much higher. And then we always have the excuse, Gordon is 6'10". I could show you all the people saying to me before the series when I talked about Aaron Gordon 2 years ago being one of the toughest defenders on Kawhi. They're like, what are you talking about? That's not true. I mean, come on. I hold Kawhi to his standard, and Gordon isn't 6'10". He's 6'8". We ain't got to lie to protect your favorite player. The Kawhi stands are just, my guy Dime Dropper talks about it all the time. There are fans and there are stands. I'm not here for the stands. Some people would have called me a Kawhi stan at times. He is one of my favorite players, if not my favorite player. But you have to be honest about performance. See, this guy wants to make it about Harden. It's like, Kawhi's the best player on the team. More is expected of him. A lot is expected of James Harden too. He definitely, I think he had 4 good games, 3 bad games. He had a great game 1. They should have won that game. That would have been all James Harden had they won. He had a great game 6. I'm holding Kawhi to his own standard. He wasn't at the level that he has been at in the past in the 2 games against the Suns. Obviously in 2021 before the ACL tear. 2019. See, Clips Gang TV is just a narrative hoops fan saying, wait, so Harden choking wasn't the issue? Harden wasn't very good in Game 7. A lot of guys weren't very good in Game 7. Harden also extended the series with the Game 6 he had. Again, he had more good games than bad games. I don't know if Jeffrey Beltran is talking about this Clips Gang TV guy, but I've seen him in here many times. This is what he does. He's a Kawhi fan. He's not a Clippers fan. There's a difference. Some people root for the player before the team, before the name on the front of the jersey, and they show who they are. Like I wasn't even talking about James. I was talking about Kawhi, making a point that Lawrence Frank was talking about his athleticism, him having the offseason to train instead of rehab, and somehow a guy turns this into, oh, what about James, though? What about ism with James Harden? Like, I was critical of James Harden at times in the series. I wasn't talking about him. But you got to do that to defend Kawhi? There's no need for that. There's no need to put down somebody else. I'm talking about where Kawhi can get to this season with a healthy offseason. Can he get closer to 2021 Kawhi, which I think looked even better than 2019? Raptors fans don't want to hear that, but he was even more efficient, more deadly before tearing the ACL. Jack Stoley said, Kawhi is still my favorite player, but is MVP Kawhi still there? Maybe. I think it's very possible. I'm not going to doubt him. I need to see more before I start doubting that Kawhi for sure can't be a number one on a championship team. I think it's in dispute at this point. I just don't want to give up yet. But I understand the doubt, and I wouldn't push back too far against people that say he can't be. I wouldn't, because of the health concerns and because of what we just saw in that first round series. Jonathan Ng responded to Clips Gang saying, Harden didn't necessarily choke. Had our role players actually played better and Russ didn't have an outlier series and outplayed Norman Bogey, the Clippers win. Yeah, and then Russ went right back to playing at the level he typically does in the playoffs against OKC. That was frustrating. Russ literally had his best shooting series, I think, ever against the Clippers. He hasn't exactly always been a playoff riser. I like Russ, but what he did against the Clippers was not the norm. Amin said, not going to lie, I hold Kawhi most responsible because I hold him to such high standards, and it's because he's one of the greatest small forwards and players of his era. Yes, that's the difference. I hold him to a higher standard than I hold James Harden to. I know who Kawhi is at his best. He's a 2 times finals MVP. He has proven to be a number one on a championship team. He has proven to be the best player on the court, no matter who's across from him. He's proven to be a two-way monster. There's levels to this. We don't need to compare him and James Harden. I'll compare James Harden to James Harden and where his expectations were going into the series. Again, he had more good games than bad games. The Game 7 is going to stand out. His elimination game performances haven't been good enough. I know a lot of people are upset with him not coming to the podium afterwards and losses in Game 5 and Game 7. I can understand that too. I don't love that. You got to face the music and be accountable. But I like James. He's been a good Clipper. I hope he continues to be with this organization. And I thought he was so good in Game 1. I was so disappointed. You know, you blow the first game of a series, and I went off that night. They never should have lost that game. You can't start off a series like that. You can't give games away to a team that good in Denver. This wasn't Dallas in 2021 or Utah. Denver's different. Amin said, and the reason why I'm not too angry at Harden is because you all know what I'm going to say to him. It's because he hasn't won a championship at the highest level, but Kawhi Leonard has. And that's why Kawhi is in a different tier all time. Kawhi at his best is one of, I've said this before, and it's not hyperbole. I don't think there are 10 better playoff performers in NBA history than Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi at his best is one of the greatest players ever in the biggest moments. I do not think there are 10 better players in NBA history in a playoff series than Kawhi Leonard. So when he only has 25 points, granted on high efficiency, I'm like, need a little bit more. Because that's how highly I think of Kawhi. That's the difference. Norman Powell didn't have a good series. Bogey obviously didn't have a good series. A lot of guys weren't good enough. Chris Dunn was a little bit up and down. He did shoot 36% from 3 overall. As much people talk about that. DJ, I think, was a little up and down. I don't think Coach Lue had a great series. Said that day one. All right. I want you to hear more from Yanic Konan Niederhauser. Maybe we need a little bit of a reset here. Some transition music. I think I got something here. Yanic Konan Niederhauser, Yanic Konan Niederhauser, Yanic Konan Niederhauser. I'm going to hear it all the time now. Somebody said that last night. I don't know if that was Clippers Reddit or somebody on the Clips and Dip chat. It's not going anywhere. People were saying Yannick at the disco. I said hooked on Yannick. The nicknames are flourishing right now. I mean, he's got Conan in there. How can I not play this?
Conan, What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women. That is good. Konan!
Yannik
Konan!
Neerhouser. Yannik
Konan!
Neerhouser. Yannik
Konan!
Neerhouser. Yeah, we can't unhear it. MKXLNT. I mean, I agree with you. Kawhi floated a little bit in the background too much for my number one guy, or for what and for who I've seen Kawhi Leonard be throughout his career in the playoffs. He floated. He faded into the background a little bit too much at times in that series. But I don't want to over scrutinize it or make too big of a deal out of it, or say like Kawhi's the reason they lost. Now, there's a whole plethora of them. We're lamenting a little bit because Lawrence Frank was talking about it, as we're at pick 45. Clippers are at pick 51 coming up. You want to hear it again at MKXLNT?
Konan! What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women. That is good.
That is good. That is good.
Konan!
Yannick Konan Niederhauser. All right, more from Yannick. This was him in an interview from before the season started, I believe, at Penn State. So going into this last year of college for him. I want you guys to hear from Yannick.
And everybody else too, we're just like brothers around here in the team. Everybody like understand each other.
And I believe in the summer you said you and Kashi are roommates. Just what has that relationship been like, especially with you guys, playing the same position? How is that kind of, with both of you new to the program, how has that kind of helped you guys, elevate each other, on the court? Yeah,
what I would say is basically after every practice, me and Kashi would just sit down in the living room, just talk about practice, help to get each other better. We also being really honest to each other. If somebody does something bad, we kind of tell them that, and we get together in the gym, like off practice, just get inside together and shoot, get better together. We feel like we're pushing each other to get better every day.
And you mentioned, trying to get yourself making improvements this season. I know in the summer you mentioned wanting to improve your consistency as an outside shooter. Is that still one of your biggest goals for the season?
So listen to this. Lawrence Frank was asked about his outside shooting, said maybe in a couple of years. We just want him to focus on playing traditional 5, rim runner, rim protector guy. But there is something there with his outside shooting. His shot does look good. Listen to this.
What skills are you still trying to expand on?
Yeah. So I'm always gonna work on my shot, and what I learned also during the summer is hold on. How can I say that? Before I came here, I always wanted to pop, just to shoot. But now since I get old in the college game, I feel like I'm just gonna read the game and get the open trees I get, and I'm not gonna force nothing because I got shooters around me who can shoot. Yeah. And if I read the game, got my open tree, I'm gonna shoot it. If I got the lane to drive, I'm just gonna read the game, not force myself for nothing, and just go with the flow.
And
sound like you used to shoot it a lot. That intrigues me. There's something going on with that 3-point shot in Yannick. The Clippers identified it. They don't want him to use it yet. Simplify things. Just do the little things that can get you on the court sooner. But maybe down the line, he'll explore it a little bit more. I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick. You're listening to Yannick Konan Niederhauser at Penn State. I think this was back in the preseason.
Correct me if I'm mistaken, but that's kind of similar to how, you grew up playing in Europe. That's kind of how the game was structured. Just having that background, playing in Switzerland in that European style, just how do you think that's going to help you integrate yourself into this Mike Rhodes offense that, does kind of center around ball movement?
Yeah, just as I say, with reading the game, I feel like since I grew up playing in Europe, reading the game is a big part of European style. So come from a pick and roll, catching the ball, maybe pass it out in the corner, or just see the game better. As I said, not forcing myself to do something. Just read the game, get the best shot on the offense, as a team.
And a couple more from me here. So kind of just, speaking of that background in Europe, I'm just curious, it's not necessarily Europe isn't necessarily known as like, soccer is big over there, things like that. Just what kind of got you into basketball in the beginning? Like, how did you kind of get to this point?
So what got me to basketball, it was my uncle. He played in the first division in Switzerland. He just told my mom, because before I played tennis and judo, and he just told my mom, "You're something pretty tall. Just come see a basketball game of mine and let's see if she likes it or not." So I went to see my first professional basketball in Switzerland. I think I was 10. And yeah, I really liked it. So as soon as I saw it, I think next week I signed up to basketball, and since then it started. Yeah.
And I guess kind of going off that, a little later as you got older, you came over here, played at Northern Illinois for 2 seasons. Do you remember kind of like how that came to be? Like, what was the recruitment process just with you, having been in high school and playing overseas up until that point? What was that kind of like?
So I would say all that. So I played in Switzerland to the age of 14, and then like when I was 14, that's when I say I want to take basketball serious. I want to make money with basketball, be able to like support my family with basketball. So then we had to say I cannot really get better in Switzerland. So I had to like change country to go to Germany. Played in Germany for 5 years, and then I had national team. Through the national team, I had Coach Berner who recruited me to Northern Illinois. That's why I was able to show myself. If I would stay in Switzerland, nobody would have seen me. So I went to the national team in Swiss, then I went to Northern Illinois. Now I'm here.
Cool. And I guess just one last question for me here, just kind of with all you've experienced so far, how do you think, now you're at Penn State, how do you kind of see your career kind of going from here? Like, what's your goal during your time here in Happy Valley?
So my goal here is to become the best player I can be. The goal is to get drafted this year or next year, like really good to go in the NBA. And then in the NBA to develop even more, become an all-star. That's where I see myself.
Awesome. All right.
He did it. He got drafted. I mean, there was some talk he could go back to Penn State, but after a little G League showcase game or games, and then the NBA Combine, and it was clear that he was going to get drafted at worst in the second round, and he shot up and got drafted 30th by the Clippers. Yanic Konan Niederhauser.
Thanks, Yannick. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yannick, what drew you to want to come to Penn State with Mike Rhodes?
So what drew me is I look for a family, like really a family outside my family. And NIU Penn State was the first school that contacted me since I entered the transfer portal, and they really talked to me like every day. Really, they like me as a person, not just as a player too. So that's why I brought me over here.
Thank you.
What do you bring as a teammate then? They want you as a person. What do you bring as a teammate to this Penn State team?
I bring energy. I bring joy, fun, and what else I bring? It's a good question. I'm like the big brother, so I like to help my younger brothers, and on the court, just energy.
Is this a fun group of guys to play with?
Yeah, love playing with them. It's fun playing with them. Practice been fun every time. Yeah.
And a lot of guys have said that you're one of the best shooters on the team. Like, what kind of pride do you take in that and developing your game, and what do you bring on the defensive end as well?
Listen to this. A lot of guys are saying you're the best shooter on the team. This is intel you're not getting anywhere else, guys.
Playing with them. Practice been fun every time. Yeah.
And a lot of guys have said that you're one of the best shooters on the team. Like, what kind of pride do you take in that and developing your game, and what do you bring on the defensive end as well?
So, can you say the first part again?
A lot of people said that you're like one of the best shooters on the team, and so what kind of pride do you take in that, as well as on the defensive end, so you can be a complete player?
So, I work on it. So I hope I can be the best player on the team because I work on it, and like that's how I can prove myself. The defensive part what I bring a lot of energy. I protect the rim. I don't want nobody to score in our paint. If somebody scores and like, okay, he worked for it, but I'm gonna be in there, sit there, and get my blocks.
What was the recruiting process like out of the transfer?
All right, there was Yanic Konan Niederhauser before the season started at Penn State. I just found that fascinating talking about his shooting. Like, it's this known thing throughout the guys on his team from his time playing in FIBA with the Swiss national team. He only took 11 threes last year. So clearly he wasn't going to force it, but there may be something there in the future. Again, Lawrence Frank just wants him to focus in on playing the 5 and being that traditional big man. But down the line, this is why they're shooting for, so to speak, a higher ceiling type of player with Yanic Konan Niederhauser. I got something else for you guys. So I was looking for, some deep cuts, some real under the radar Yanic draft comps and analysis. And I found a podcast that was talking about him a lot. But then I also found this guy first. Here's a shorter clip I'll show you from a YouTuber who was doing a breakdown with some highlights from Yanic. And I thought this was interesting. Something you guys might appreciate. I want to give him credit here with analysis of Yanic's game. I'll share the screen with you guys.
Today, we'll be doing Yanic Konan Niederhauser as I grab my little clicker. Yes, the man who stormed up draft boards, the 7-footer from Switzerland who played for Penn State. Yeah, he was at Northern Illinois before this. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear your thoughts today. What do you think of my man, Yanic Konan Niederhauser, and expectations? This is a shot blocking, rim running man who's a solid post up defender and shot blocker. Averaged almost 2.5 blocks per game in the Big Ten. Now, he's a legit 7-footer with a strong, broad frame, huge wingspan, almost 7'5", I think it's like 7'3", 7'4". Yes, he's more of a traditional rim running, shot blocking, lob threat type of player. He did flash a 3-point shot, but it's not like that's going to be his weapon. He's a great shot blocker. I mean, timing, maintains verticality, has the good instincts to be a help defender and play within the team scheme. He also knows how to hedge and play drop at the level in a pick and roll. And then on offense, guys, a great score, 61% at the rim, finishes with both hands. Overall offense is 1.09 points per possession. That's in the 91st percentile. He's a great rim runner off the pick and rolls and finishes well on cuts. This is a guy who sets hard screens, knows how to roll to the rim, will get open and create scoring angles in the half court. And he knows how to do the Gortat screens. I love that. And he's got those big gloves like mittens, catches tough passes, can control rebounds. He's able to use a little bit of a pump fake, duck ins to score in the paint, and will do a drop stack with his back to basket or use a fake or solid footwork to create high percentage looks. And I think that's pretty good. And he knows how to find the gaps. Now, look, he does not attempt 3-pointers. Even though I saw him shoot them, he does kind of lack a face-up jumper. He's going to probably be strictly an interior finisher and a non-factor offensively outside the paint. And defensively, yes, he can probably guard 4s and 5s, but he's going to struggle to contain quicker players or wings in space. Like, he has a good first step for a 7-footer, but is vulnerable in NBA level pick and roll switches and perimeter closeouts. And at times, his energy does wane. He struggles to play long, fast-paced stretches and can be late on rotations or in transition defense when fatigued. Maybe that's fixable, or maybe that's just meaning he's never going to be a guy who plays more than 25 minutes a night. But he's still a very high-level impact player. And he does seem a tad bit uncomfortable with defending outside the paint against athletic players. Like, it's not like that he seems like hesitant. It's just like he knows he's a little bit on edge if he's caught out of position, as he doesn't recover quickly, and he'll kind of clutter off ball or get exploited due to his lack of quick twitch. And there are times that he isn't aggressive on, just you would like his motor to be at 100 at all times. Sometimes it dips down to 75. But besides that, it's not that he's a black hole, but he's mostly going to be a finisher on offense. However, this is a type of player that's going to have a very high floor, high ceiling in terms of their production at the NBA. So that's where I want to hear your guys' thoughts down below in the comment section. What do you guys expect from our boy Yanic Konan Niederhauser? And are you guys as hyped up as I am about the prospect of him potentially joining a contender or team? So if you're watching this after the draft, let me know where he went, as I'm curious to hear your thoughts as I struggle to end this video. Ciao.
He went to the Clippers. That's where he went. Cairo Asio. I thought that was a really interesting breakdown with the highlights behind him. I don't know. There were a lot of positives there. There was some high praise. He also brought up some of the negatives. I've heard the same thing where like he has a lack of motor at times, or maybe it's conditioning. But perimeter defense could struggle at times at the NBA level with obviously the pick and roll coverages and the elite guard play, snaking that pick and roll. And I think that gave us a little bit more insight. People bringing up Moses Brown all the time. It's like, guys, Yannick has almost a 40-inch vertical at 7 feet tall. Moses Brown did not have that. I don't think they're that similar. That's just doomer talk from Clippers Reddit. It's unnecessary and maybe a little bit upsetting. Regardless of what you think about the Clippers and the draft and their draft history, and I talked a lot about that a little bit earlier. And again, pick 30s have a 15% chance of still being in the league after 5 years, according to Lawrence Frank. And I think that's accurate based upon the research I've done. So it's just damn difficult. And if the Clippers had had a bunch of top 10 picks recently and none of them panned out, then I'd be much more critical of their drafting. But because they're always drafting later in the first round or just in the second round, and if they're not hitting there, that tends to be the case for everybody. Majority of the time, you're not hitting there. But the Clippers have had more success overall in the second round in this regime with Lawrence Frank and with undrafted guys like Amir Coffey. Second round, of course, getting Jordan Miller, who I am still on Jordan Miller Island. I still have hope for him. But their best guy being Terrence Mann. That was a great development success story for the Clippers. So this pick 51, as we are, 50 seconds away from the New York Knicks picking at 50. And I guess that's a Spurs pick, actually. Who do you guys want? Who do you think the Clippers are going to take? Who am I going to have to look up and just do a crash course on because I don't watch enough college basketball? Maybe for my own good, sanity. It's a tough game to watch at times. Obviously, the tournament's great because of the format, and it's a bunch of game sevens, and it's easy. But during the regular season, college basketball, they're great players. It's just the 2-3 zone that they can play. I think they've changed the shot clock. I think they've changed the three-point line. I think they've done some things to bring in a little bit more offense. But it's not always the easiest watch here, guys. Somebody's saying, I just don't want a small guard, says X Mongo Project. Who do you guys want? Clippers are up next. Pick 51 is happening. Hasham's already tweeted it out. Whoa, we got a trade. According to Brett Siegel, the New York Knicks are selecting Kobe Sanders with the 50th pick in the 2025 NBA draft. This pick is going to the Clippers. They're getting another Kobe. Kobe Sanders out of Nevada. Yeah, I'm just learning this at the same time, guys. 6'9", 207. Is this real life? Is anybody else seeing this in the chat? Help me out. Brett Siegel, who has been here on Clippers Talk, is reporting this. Let me see if I can double source it. I wasn't a journalist major, so bear with me here. But if I double source it, nobody is discrediting it. La Murray of The Athletic. Per source, the LA Clippers are trading up with the New York Knicks to select 6'7" point guard Kobe Sanders. Okay. Kobe Sanders. Draft profile. Coming up. I got it for you guys. A 6'8" point guard? Let's see, Magic Johnson here? Averaged 16, 4, and 4.5 on 57% true shooting at Nevada last season. Top tier 30% assist percentage at his height. Only 1.8 turnovers per game. 51% on pick and roll shot attempts. Absurd feel for his height in the pick and roll. 47% from the mid-range. Ooh, Kawhi Leonard and him. Playing horse in the mid-range. Gets to his spots extremely easily. Very solid athlete, smooth and decent lateral quickness. Clipper Nation, I think we like a pick here. I think everybody's together on this one. Oh no, Marco's like, did the Knicks just play the Clippers? Guys, Kobe Sanders, 2 Kobes. One of them's got to pan out with that name. Kobe Sanders is a Clipper. The Clippers traded up to snag him from the Knicks, who I'm assuming now have the Clippers' 51st pick. Is that how this thing is working? Are you guys excited about this? I kind of am. Magic Johnson was my favorite player growing up, and I always wanted to play the point guard position in basketball. Would you guys like to see some highlights? Is that going to get my channel flagged here? Let me see what I got. I want to get some more analysis here on Kobe Sanders. Your second round pick for the Los Angeles Clippers. Out of Nevada, a member of the Wolfpack. We got some season highlights. All right, I'm going back to him. Cairo. We just used his draft breakdown on Yannick. I trust this guy. I like his analysis. Who is Kobe Sanders? Together.
Guys, and let's talk about Kobe Sanders. My favorite player right now going through Portsmouth. He'll probably be at Chicago. Who is Kobe Sanders? A guy who went from Cal Poly to Nevada. And I think he might be one of the biggest sleepers in this year's draft. He was a point guard in college. And 6'8". He's probably going to be a swingman in the NBA. Almost 210 pounds, average 16 points, 4 rebounds, and about 5 assists a game on 46% from the field. He was All Mountain West third team. And he had been previously All Big West honorable mention. Now, his play style in the league, and we already saw it kind of at Portsmouth, is going to be this versatile defensive swingman who's a gadget player built on adaptability. At almost 6'9", he has this combination of size and guard skills that allows him to function effectively across multiple positions. While he served as a lead guard in college, he projects in the NBA leans more towards that of a Swiss Army knife, as he can contribute to various facets of a game without being confined to a traditional position. He's a guy who excels in the mid-range. He can shoot over people, and he likes to get to his spots and convert them at a decent rate with nice footwork and a decent shot mechanics. He shot 34% this year, and last year the shot finally started to come around. And he hasn't fully peaked as a shooter, but is showing that he has the capacity to stretch the floor. Maybe not as a primary weapon, but his perimeter shooter is going to allow him to be a complementary piece that keeps defenses honest. And then him being a facilitator who understands how to be a connected piece, how to move the ball and keep the rock alive, is obviously someone that, in my opinion, is what you want when he's a shooting guard or a wing who's 6'8" and can grab a rebound, look up the court, and either find the open teammate for a quick play or bring the ball up to the half court himself and start initiating offense. Because that vision and that type of decision making just makes him better and makes the team better. Now, Sanders' length and lateral quickness enabled him to guard multiple positions effectively, and I think he'll do the same in the NBA. His defensive versatility allows coaches to deploy him various matchups from being a perimeter play to a forward. So for me, I think that agility and anticipation contribute to his effectiveness in transition defense. So he's often disrupting fast breaks and converting turnovers into offensive opportunities. And I think he just brings a unique blend of size and skill to any lineup. And Kobe's ability to adapt to different roles on both ends of the floor make him a valuable and almost indispensable asset if it works out, because he could initiate the offense, space the floor, then lock down the opposing team's best defensive player, even if they're a guard or a wing, or even maybe a forward if he bulks up. So that's all thanks to the high basketball IQ. I want to hear your thoughts if you guys agree.
I kind of have to agree because I didn't watch him much. But the first thought I had watching these highlights is more athletic Kyle Anderson? Slow-mo? Not so slow? Medium-mo? That's what I'm seeing. You guys want to hear from him at the draft combine in an interview with Kobe Sanders? We can get to that here too. This is interesting. Versatile, switchable, defender, big size, guard skills. Yeah, Marco. Nico can be a mentor for him. Is he a young Nico Batum? Timothy said he's 23. ESPN said possibly 24th. Ooh. Played good at the Portsmouth Invitational. Everybody joking about L. Frank taking an older guy. I don't know. I like this. Do I like it too much? Probably. Let's hear from Kobe Sanders a month ago at the Combine.
What are you trying to prove out here now that you've been here at the Combine?
Just trying to prove myself, trying to show myself at a higher level. I think I've shown myself at a low to mid major, then at a mid major, and now just trying to show that I compete with the best of them.
You've seen a lot of competition being at a low and mid major. Now you're here. Like, what would you say the competition is like? Are you surprised, or do you feel like you belong?
I feel like I belong. I think I've been playing basketball for as long as anybody has in here, and I feel like at every level I've faced challenges, but I feel like I've always overcome them, and I think my basketball IQ helps me play at any level.
What would you say you need to improve on the most in your game?
I think just improving on everything every day. Basketball is an evolving game, and just trying to perfect everything of my game. I think I haven't shown that I could shoot the three ball at the level that I want to, so just working on consistency with that, and then getting a little stronger, a little faster, just so defensively I could be an asset guarding 1 through 4.
What would you say is the most underrated thing about you that people don't know about?
I would say my IQ. I think my IQ is what makes me most valuable at my size, and be able to handle the ball, and then having a high IQ definitely separates me from a lot of players.
Player IQ. Who would you say are your player comps?
Player comps. That's a tough one. I think like Jalen Williams, OKC. From Santa Clara. So yeah. Just a bigger guard, able to handle it, shoot it. A high IQ basketball player. Play multiple positions.
You growing up, I'm sure you watch YouTube. You watch players. Like, which kind of players did you watch the most?
Growing up, obviously with my name Kobe, I watched a lot of Kobe. But just watching the sprinkle of everything. I was actually a shorter guard growing up, so I was only 5'8" going into high school. So I liked Marcus Page, Ty Lawson. So I was a UNC fan. So yeah.
Oh, okay. So you had to like which player did you take the most out of for your own game?
Currently, I think I watch a lot of Shea, D-Book, KD just working in the mid-range, creating space, using angles as bigger guards, and just getting to the spot and being able to raise over anybody.
The last one here. Do you know any NBA players, and like what, if you do, or what piece of advice have they given you that's really kind of helped you get through your journey?
Yeah, so Zaire Williams and Miles Norris, I've talked to both of them, and they just told me be myself. I think they told me enjoy every moment of it. You're going to have your ups and downs, and everybody's past is different, so just enjoy every moment of it, be yourself, and everything's going to work out if God wills it.
With Zaire, like he had a struggling to get minutes and everything, and then now he had a role now with Brooklyn. Like, did he tell you just kind of have to be patient, or what did he tell you?
Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, he told me like everybody's past is different, so just stay grounded, stay your course, and if God wills it, God's gonna put you in position. So just keep grinding.
Appreciate it.
Kobe Sanders out of Nevada is a Clipper. And I am here for it, and it gives me an excuse to play this again somehow. The Clippers got Kobe Sanders. Clippers got Kobe Sanders. The Clippers got Kobe Sanders in the second round of 2025 NBA. Okay. I took liberties there. I'm sorry. I just wanted to play it again. I'm efforting a guest here. Yes, another Kobe. We're here for it. I got to change the title of this video. Someone saying, did Batum recruit him? He said he models his game after J-Dub. Obviously watched a lot of Kobe. Watched some Shea, some D-Book, some KD. Nothing wrong with that. Hero in the half court. Kobe Power says Noah Bullock in here. A San Diegan. He could be friends and learn from Norm. Himpathy saying he's reading that he's a slow defender. Let me see if I can pull any more analysis on Kobe Sanders. I need more comps. I need more comparisons. Who is he, guys? We must unearth everything we know about Kobe Sanders. So he'll be 23 throughout this entire year because he just turned 23 in late May. Oh, here's something. I think we got an interview. This was on, what is this? A Locked On? A sit down with Kobe Sanders from a month ago. All right. Well, what the hell? We're all learning together. And I got time to fill here. And by the way, I should mention for the Clippers to move up a spot, the Knicks will get the rights to Luka. Luka Mitrovic, the 60th pick of the 2015 NBA draft, who the Clippers acquired for Philippe Petrosov, who was acquired in the 2023 Harden trade. That's who they gave up to move up a spot to get Kobe Sanders here. Let's hear more from the young man. I need to know everything. Come on, get excited. Second round picks, this is where it's at.
From the G League Elite camp that get the promotion to the NBA Combine. But like I mentioned, Sanders skipped the process, or he skipped a step. And in this episode, we're just going to talk about his path to the draft. We're going to talk about how he got started playing basketball, why he chose to go to Nevada in the transfer portal. And we also cover a little bit of who Kobe Sanders is as a person. All right, here is my one-on-one sit-down interview in Dallas, Texas with Nevada's Kobe Sanders.
So Rafael Barlow from the Locked On Big Board as they got ready for the draft. This came out about a month ago.
We're here, Dallas, Texas, with Kobe Sanders, one of the more intriguing prospects in this draft class. You did something that, I mean, I could be wrong, but I haven't seen done before. You went from Portsmouth straight to the NBA Combine. The NBA Combine is next week, so we'll just start off talking about that. Tell me about, being prepared for the Combine.
Just being blessed to find a good agency. They've been putting in a lot of work for me. It's hard. There's only 15 people who made it from Portsmouth to the G League Combine. So just for me to skip that step meant a lot. And, it says a lot about the agency and it says a lot about the preparation we've been putting in.
It says a lot about you.
Most definitely.
It says a lot about you. So 6'8"?
Yes, sir.
6'8" point guard. How in the world do you end up as a 6'8" point guard?
Well, funny, my whole life I was a small guard. The doctors only told me I was going to be probably 6'3".
Okay.
I went into high school probably 5'8".
So you went in my size?
Yeah, so it was growing. Are you 5'8"?
I don't know, I'm not. I mean, on a good day, if I had them Alexander McQueen's, I might be 5'8".
Okay, yeah.
Kobe's clowning him there. Oh, I like it. Good sense of humor on him.
But yeah, so just growth spurts every year. So my whole life I was preparing to be a point guard. At the next level you got to be at 6'2". You got to be a point guard. So I was me and my brother working late hours with my dad, just grinding out point guard skills and just getting the feel of the game, watching film. My favorite players growing up were like Ty Lawson, Marcus Page. I was a UNC fan, so just watching little guards, and that's kind of where I developed my game.
When did you hit your growth spurt? When did you start sprouting up?
So it was probably 2-3 inches every year. So
so it didn't just happen you hear the stories where guys were 6'1" one summer, and then they came back in the fall and it was 6'5".
No, so it was kind of gradual, but definitely every year it's 2 inches. And so my junior year I was probably 6'3", and I was okay, I might be taller than what the doctors say. And then by senior year I was 6'6", and I was okay, now I got the little height. I'm a taller point guard. And going into college, people try to push me to the wing, but I found a spot that kept me at the point guard. Still believed in my point guard skills, so I was blessed.
So that was my next question. When you went to Nevada, you chose that school because they were going to allow you to play with the ball in your hands?
Most definitely. I think a lot of teams in the portal, some of them were going to allow me to play with the ball in my hands, some off ball, some wanted me to play both. And just finding a winning culture, 2 veteran coaches there that really know how to get to the next level and know how to win it at that level. So just trying to find the best fit for me. And they already had guys in the program who knew how to win, going back-to-back NCAA tournaments. So trying to find the best fit for me, and I feel like that. They had Keenan Blackshear the year before, so big guard, new kind of, so it was good.
So when you went to Portsmouth, obviously that's a big deal for a senior. What was your mindset going into that camp?
Just be myself. Going through this journey, you only get to do it once, and it's a dream of mine. So just trying to enjoy every moment and just be myself. A lot of advice I was told is just be myself. So I go out there, play my game, always make the right play, and everything's going to fall in line.
So for those that haven't seen you play, describe your game.
Obviously, as a big guard, I like to work around in the mid-range, versatile
Mid-range assassin, baby. Let's go.
defender, a guy that kind of can do it all, Swiss Army knife, and then, always trying to make the right play, a guy who plays the right way, has high IQ.
Just like Kyle Anderson, my comp for Kobe Sanders after watching 2 minutes of film.
Do you like to post up smaller guards?
Most definitely.
When did you
posting up smaller guards like Sam Cassell, baby.
At the post game, because I feel like in today's NBA, if you're a big guard, one, you already have an advantage being a big guard, but if you could punish mismatches by posting up the smaller guards, and then you already have the natural feel and instincts, so if they bring a double, you can create some open opportunities. So when did you add the post game to your arsenal, especially if you
posting him up like Andre Miller, baby? Hopefully he'll have a better time as a Clipper.
were like a late bloomer?
Yeah, so it kind of started my senior year of high school. It was like a focus by one of my trainers, like a lot of people guarding you are going to be smaller, so just being able to get to your spot and use it efficiently, and then post fades, post hooks, everything started developing more and more, and then as I got stronger and everything, I was able to transfer better.
Who do you model your game after today? I know you said like Ty Lawson and Marcus Page, but you're 6'8", so is there anybody that you look at now that
Ty Lawson?
That you kind of draw inspiration from?
I'm big in the mid range. I like Shea. I like D Book. KD. So those are like three main guys.
Say Kawhi, Kobe. Say Kawhi.
Guys, I like to see how they get to their spots, see how they create space, how basically balance in the mid range, and then as bigger guards they are, just being able to shift defenders, not being like the quickest and the fastest.
Really just using your shot, your size to shoot over the top of guys, but using your footwork to create space. Now the mid-range is a dying arc, or dying, I don't even know the word I'm trying to use, but the mid-range is dying, right? Yeah. And so I spoke to a team.
Lost art.
A few months ago, and they were like, basically we're talking about Ace Bailey, because he likes the mid-range pull-up. And they're saying, well, as long as he can make 55% of his mid-range shots, we'll allow him to shoot that. So with that being said, what is your thoughts on teams kind of going away from their mid-range and saying that it's not analytically friendly? What are your thoughts on that?
I think as long as you hit it at a high level, then it is analytically friendly. I think when you have the size to rise up, it's a good shot. As long as you stick to your mechanics and shoot it the same way every time, I feel like it is a good shot.
My guy's wicked smart. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks to Rafael Barlow. At Barlow500 is where you find him. More from his interview at the Draft Combine with Kobe Sanders.
Yep. So let's go back to your background. Who first put the ball in your hands?
So it's a funny story. They say when I was a baby, my parents tried to hand me a football and a basketball in the crib, and I chose the basketball.
So you knew he was going to be 6'8".
I guess it was kind of destined, wasn't it? But so my mom was actually our first coach. Me and my brother at the YMCA. She taught us all the techniques, out of the phone booth into the cooking jar, and then my dad was able to run with it, getting us up early at 6 a.m. workouts at the age of 7. We hated him, but it was a good habit that he instilled in us at a young age.
Has it hit?
He's got that work ethic.
You that, within the next 60 days, you could reach your ultimate goal and your dream? Has it hit you that you are, you're going to be playing in front of...
Reach your ultimate goal of being a Clipper.
All the NBA scouts and executives in, a week from now, but... So has it hit you yet?
I don't think it hit me fully. I think making the combine, seeing my name on that list, I had a call with my family, and we kind of, shared that moment together, and it kind of hit us a little bit. But, my parents and my brother just trying to say, stay humble, stay grounded, stay who you are, be yourself. So I don't think it fully hit me yet, but definitely as the time is inching closer, I feel it coming.
So you got.
You know what I hate? Guys and Debbie Downers and people trying to rain on the parade like Timothy here, who is far from him. I figured it out. He's a 6'7" Jason Preston. Then he's not Jason Preston. If he's that big, that's not a real comp. More from the GOAT, Kobe Sanders.
You got the call. I don't know if you got a call or email.
Yeah, call.
Were you expecting the G League Elite Camp, or in the back of your mind did you know that you were going to the NBA Combine?
I was just trying to stay optimistic, to say, but stay humble. But the agency and Ramon thought very highly that I had a shot to make the real one. So, I was a little confident. So when he called me and said it, it definitely was an exciting moment for us.
In your opinion, why do you feel like you're underrated? You average like 14 points per game. You pass the ball 6'8". There are other guys that that if they had your measurables and their stats that are ranked a little bit higher, in your opinion, why do you feel like you're underrated and you're not getting the same love as some of the other players in this class?
I think my whole life I've kind of been the underdog. I think, late growth spurt, so a lot of people didn't see it. And then, for 4 years, I went to Cal Poly, the Big West, small school, low mid-major, and then still Nevada as a mid-major. I think a lot of people overlooked me. A lot of people had a lot of doubts in it, and I just try to keep my head down, keep grinding, and the work's gonna pay off.
So what motivates you? What inspires you to get up and work on your game every day?
My family's my why.
Okay.
I lean on them. It's kind of like I don't want to prove the haters wrong. I want to prove everybody who believed in me right.
Okay.
And so just the people who believed in me from day one, my family, my trainers, my brothers, my friends, So just everybody who always poured into me, I want to pour it back into them and prove them right.
So tell me about your pre-draft process. When did you start? Was it like right after the season ended? Have you been in Dallas this whole time? So just give me a little rundown about, over your last 4 weeks.
Yep. So right when season ended, I kind of just packed up my stuff, all online classes. So packed up my stuff, headed out to San Diego, took a little week off, to relax a little bit, and then came out here and been working ever since. And it's been a hard grind. It's definitely been a struggle. They're trying to get me right. So it's been fun though. So basically every day, come here around 9 in the morning, get 2 workouts in, 1 lift sesh, 1 on the court, and then have another on the court after lunch, and then a little shooting at night. So kind of been the process.
So what's your main focus in this pre-draft process as far as the areas that you want to improve on and maybe even show NBA scouts?
Definitely, I think a big value that I have is my versatility. So I want to show defensive versatility. So I want to get a little quicker, a little stronger, so I could guard the fastest one and the biggest 4. So just being able to guard 1 through 4 would be very valuable at the next level. And then on the court, I want to show how well I can shoot it. I think I haven't been able to show that in my years in college, and I think I shoot the 3 ball better than a lot of people expect. So just working on that, perfecting that, and becoming more consistent.
How many threes are you shooting, would you say, in a day in your workouts?
Shooting, I couldn't tell you, but I'm making at least 700.
700 a day?
Yeah.
A day? So my question is,
three shooting workouts, yeah.
That's a lot of shots.
Yeah,
you figure it adds up if you do, 5 days a week, that's 3,500 makes. So with you being a big point guard and you are at best with the ball in your hands, are you also working on like corner threes and catch and shoot threes? Because usually guys that are really good with the ball in their hands, they're best shooting off the dribble. Are you working on both, like pull-ups and catch and shoot threes?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, definitely working on the catch and shoot right now. That's what was most inconsistent with my game last year, and trying to perfect that, trying to show that can be my game. I can play on ball and off ball with my IQ. Being a high IQ player, I'm valuable on and off ball, being able to get people open. So being able to space the floor would be very valuable.
Is there anything in your game that you feel like you haven't been able to show on the college level? Like you feel like there's a little bit more to your game that maybe NBA teams and scouts don't know about?
I'd just say my IQ always isn't shown, in different systems. You have different schemes and everything, but I think a lot of people don't see how my IQ switches from different systems, so I think my IQ is very valuable.
So if I'm an NBA team, what do you bring to the table that's going to contribute to winning?
I bring mistake-free basketball. I could go in right now. I feel like I can play 10 to 15 minutes of mistake-free basketball. High IQ basketball, defensive versatility, and just play the right way.
Thanks a lot, Don.
So let's talk about you off the court. Who's Kobe Sanders? Like, do you like to fish? I know you're from California. Do you surf?
He's not fishing like Paul George.
Like, what do you do off the court in your free time? Because you're gonna have a lot of free time in the league.
So I'm a big nature guy, being from California. So I like to go on hikes. I like to fish a little bit. Be at the.
All right, maybe a little bit. Emphasis on the hikes, though. That's what it's about.
And then we were talking a little bit earlier about the camera, so I got my own camera, I got a drone, so I like setting my drone off, just taking the views and everything, taking pictures, and then
The Ansel Adams of the modern era.
on the side I cook a little bit, just cook a little something.
Okay, you cook. So are you your own nutritionist in the pre-draft process?
So I was a kinesiology major, so I know just a little.
Me too! Let's go, Kobe! Kinetic movement, kinesiology. That's what I majored in. Let's go! Motor skills. You got to take sports psychology classes. You got to take physics 1 and 2, chemistry 1 and 2, kinesiology for the win here. Kobe Sanders cut from the same cloth. I am loving pick 50 by the Clippers.
A little bit about nutrition and just, so.
How do you think that helps you in this pre-draft process?
Helps me a lot. I think just the biggest thing I learned in graduating from Cal Poly and Kanice was just nutrition and how much it actually takes for your body to, like, you learn the actual calories you burn just doing simple things, and you're like, dang, you got to put a lot into your body. What you put in your body really helps you and fuels you, and how important sleep is and everything like that. So, and then just knowing how your body moves and knowing, different mechanics and stuff like that. So.
All right, last question.
Kobe gets it. Kobe gets it. He does. Look at this. This is perfect. Me and Kobe. Kobe Sanders. Same guy.
Draft night, your name is called. What would that mean to you and your family?
Mean a lot.
Mean a lot more if it's the Clippers, though, I bet, right?
Draft night, your name is called. What would that mean to you and your family?
Mean a lot. I mean,
guess what? It was.
I put in a lot of work, and my family's always believed in me, and the people around me have always poured so much into me. So it mean a lot, It'd be a lot of emotions going on, and I think it would just show how far we came and how underdog can come out on top.
Yeah, you definitely have a true underdog story and a unique story, because you're only supposed to be 6'2" and you're 6'8". So, but you said you knew that you were supposed to play basketball.
I was supposed to be 6'2" and I'm 5'11".
When you was a baby, when they tried to put the football in your hands. Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
See you in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Well, that wraps up this episode of the Locked On NBA Big Board podcast.
Rafael Barlow, that was very informative. We learned a lot about your newest Clipper and Kobe Sanders. And if he was traded during the time that we were playing this interview, I'm going to cry now, because I'm all the way bought in with Kobe Sanders. This is my guy. Oh, by the way, he was wearing number 8, I'm guessing, for the late, great Kobe Bryant at Nevada. This is great. Now we're in business. A kinesiology major. I might need some more Kobe Sanders content here. Ooh, we got another interview. Like, of course he's getting. This is the man of the hour. So this was preseason here. Some of you in the chat need to relax, by the way. I think we're going to have a guest here in a little bit. I got a cryptic emoji. Should I ask him what that mean? If I send you this, it means I'm not showing up. He didn't send me a picture of Paul George or whatever those jokes are. What'd that mean? Vincent, relax. Some of you people are being put in timeout. Sergio said I was supposed to be 6'6", but I'm only 4'10". Okay. Oh, you get too many people in here there's always going to be a higher percentage of trolls. The guy who's claiming to be Dime Dropper is only claiming to be Dime Dropper. That is a Dime Dropper imposter. That is not Darian Vaziri. I just want to make that clear here. I know he would want me to do that for him. Okay. The guest said, I'll be on, hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully you will be. I need to run to the bathroom. Let me give you some more Kobe Sanders content. The best content. Doesn't get any better. This was early in the season at Nevada.
Sanders, left of center, three-pointer is good.
I'm Kobe Sanders, KOBESANDERS.
Sanders driving in to Coleman. Great job by Kobe Sanders.
All right, I have to ask you the origin of your name. Your name's Kobe. You better be able to do something with the rock, man. Tell me about how that came about.
It's a funny story. I'm actually not named after Kobe Bryant. I was named after the beef. So my parents had this restaurant called Kobe where they like to go in Palm Springs. My dad's a big Lakers fan, so it probably played a little bit of a role, but he tries to tell my mom it was based off the restaurant.
Right side, Kobe driving all the way.
My dad's from a small town called El Centro in California, and then my mom's actually from Minnesota. All her brothers played basketball.
I was a football player. I wanted to play. The boys that play football, Sarah's like, nope. As soon as they were born, she put a basketball in the crib, and the rest is history. She was their first coach.
I used to sleep under the bleachers in a little crib, so I grew up in the gym, you know, loved the game. Early workouts, early in the morning with my dad.
Nevada trying to drive into it, and it's Sanders. Oh, baby! What two-handed jam to tie it up.
Going down. Kobe Sanders on Osamor.
Of course, there's a lot of talk about you being a 6'9" point guard, but you weren't always a larger point guard. Tell me about, in high school, your growth spurt and the transition, I guess, you made.
Yeah, so coming into high school, I was only 5'8", so my whole life, me and my brother were 2 point guards, so we always worked on ball handling and all that, and then each year I grew 2 to 3 inches, and by the senior year I was probably 6'6", and in college I was blessed to grow 3 more inches, so now I'm here.
So you end up 6'9" by your senior year, and of course the new transfer portal rules, you can spend your last year anywhere you want. What was it like to put yourself out there and have everyone come to you and try to get your talents?
It was crazy. A lot of research went into it. With your phone blowing up, you know, you gotta sit down, you gotta remember, stay humble, stay grounded, remember where you came from, and then just taking the time to find the best fit.
Sounds like virtually the entire Mountain West wanted to bring you in, and you choose Nevada. Why?
Just with Steve Alford and Coach Noodles, it's hard to turn down 2 veteran coaches like that, and then just already seeing the pieces that they were returning in the winning culture and the pieces that they needed to fill in, I just felt like it was the best fit, and I think I made the best decision I could.
It's always about having a good fit, right? Go somewhere that is family-oriented, is going to be a good fit for you, and then trust your gut. We're very happy with the decision that we made, and we're glad to be a Pack.
Coleman slashes, dishes, left side 3, Sanders!
Since a young age, my mom and my dad always been on me about school, so it's always meant a lot to me. And then coming out of high school, I had a 4.2 GPA. And going to Cal Poly, the big sell for me was it's not a 4-year degree, it's a 40-year degree. So going there, having a good education from there, being a Kines major, having my degree from there means a lot to me.
The senior guard, 6'9", from San Diego, California, number 8, Kobe Sanders.
Tell me about some of your off-the-court interests. First, cooking. What's your signature dish?
I have a couple. I like.
Let him cook. Let Kobe Sanders cook.
I'm a big grill guy, so I like making steak, and then I make a little zucchini with that and some potatoes, so I like that. And then
I guarantee you his steaks aren't well done like Charles Barkley's. Rare. As a member of the Wolf Pack, it's red meat.
I like to say my my famous dish is my carne asada tacos.
You're also interested in photography.
Okay. Kawhi's favorite meal, cheat meal, is tacos. Kobe's going to be cooking for him. This is going to be great.
When did that passion come about, and just what's it like being behind the lens?
The passion started at a young age. My parents got me a camera for one of my Christmases, just a little camera. Didn't do too much, but then my freshman year of high school, I was part of the yearbook. I took pictures for the yearbook, so it's a little interesting fact about me. And just being behind the lens, I feel like that's a way I could put out my artistic side.
Do you have a best friend on the team?
Probably my roommate, Nick Davidson. Yeah.
I need to know more about the Kobe and Nick roommate dynamic now, though. I mean, who's doing the dishes? Who's cooking? Is someone complaining to the other? What's that like?
We work perfectly. Our
good teammate.
Our apartment probably looks the best on the team, always clean.
Davidson finds Sanders. Sanders takes a three, and Sanders knocked it down. The transfer from Cal Poly. The biggest moments of his early Wolfpack career.
When it comes to the NCAA tournament, obviously there's sort of a hump to get over for this program. 2 years straight in the dance, 2 straight losses, including a really devastating one last year to Dayton.
The Dayton Flyers, down 17 in the second half, come all the way back and send Nevada home.
How much did you have conversations with some of the players about the sour taste in their mouths and how you can maybe help fix that?
I mean, we talk about it all the time. We try to flesh it, but we talk about the future and how we're going to make that next step. And it's the little things. And going from competitors to actual champions is the big difference in the locker room this year. And we're trying to do all the little things to make that next push.
Coleman finds Sanders, corner left three.
Oh! Obviously, a lot of basketball left. What's your message to Wolfpack Nation as you guys really dive into this thing?
Just keep riding with us. Keep riding with us, and we're going to keep bringing home wins, and it's going to be an exciting year this year.
We're riding with Kobe Sanders, believe that. Now, the year ended in the Mountain West Conference Tournament. He had 17 to win against Fresno State, and then would lose to Colorado State, where he had 23 points. Balled out, Kobe Sanders. Just 1 year with Nevada before that was at Cal Poly. I like what I'm seeing here, guys. I'm a fan. There's a reason the Clippers traded up one spot to bring in Kobe Sanders. Guys are hyped. I'm hyped. I mean, saying it. Adam is overly hyped, dangerously hyped. I'm not afraid to say it. I'll say it. Woo! 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 All you trolls were in here trying to take away the spotlight from Kobe Sanders. How dare you? I just gave him a follow on X. I think you guys should do the same thing. He would be at Kobe Sanders 3. Maybe he's working on his three-point shot. Just 33% for his career, but was about 35% last year at Nevada. I got a congratulations text from a Cleveland Cavaliers fan who said, nice grab. A lot of people are saying, yes, this demon better get some minutes. They need a backup guard. Many have said, I've said, they need some help there. They need to take some of the burden off of James Harden, take some of the workload off of him. How quickly can Kobe Sanders get acclimated? He's 23, just turned it in late May. Jonathan Inks said, I hope he gets some good burn in the big leagues, even on the two-way. Fahad, thank you for the super chat. Always appreciated. Got some new people in here. We were talking Yanic Konan Niederhauser earlier. Now we're talking about the second round, and the Clippers taking Kobe Sanders, trading up with the New York Knicks to bring him in at pick 50 A 6'9" point guard in Los Angeles. Has that ever worked before? Huh. All right. I'm not saying he's going to be Magic. I'm not saying he's going to be Kobe. But he is going to be Kobe Sanders. I like it. I'm excited about it. The assist to turnover ratio is pretty incredible. Takes care of the basketball. And I told you right away after seeing those highlights, I see some Kyle Anderson in his game. Mr. Anderson. So he averaged 4.5 assists to 1.8 turnovers. Okay, so not amazing. Year before that, 3.2 to 2.9. Okay, not great. Year before that, 2.2 to 2.1, almost 1-to-1. Year before that, 1.9 to 1.7. Year before that, 1.3 to 1.0. No matter. 4.5 to 2.2. That is barely a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio. We will take it. And he averaged a steal per game last year in Nevada as well. He shot 46% from the field, 16 points per game, and shot 34% from the outside, 52% from two. I'm excited about it. Justin Rousseau at Fly By Night, KNITE, put out a tweet about Kobe Sanders. Let's see what Rousseau's cooking with here. Oh, some haters saying old. It is the second round of an NBA draft in the NIL era. What kind of prospects do people think are even available at 51? A bunch of freshmen? That was Rousseau's response to somebody saying old. So Kobe Sanders became the first player in Cal Poly's history to be drafted into the NBA. He played there for 4 years. Last night, the Clippers' first-round pick, Yanic Konan Niederhauser, became the first player out of Penn State to get picked in the first round. Kobe Sanders was invited to the Portsmouth Invitational, an event for collegiate seniors, and parlayed good performances there into a nod to the NBA Draft Combine. He shot 46% on pull-up jumpers last year at Nevada. Sanders had 26 points in one of the Portsmouth games. Good to know. Justin Rousseau goes on to say, fascinating aspect of Kobe Sanders' game, a 27% usage rate last season. That's almost like some Luka Doncic type usage. That's some James Harden type usage. He might have been at 27% this past year with the Clippers. A 27% usage rate last season, coupled with a 30% assist rate and only 12% turnover rate, speaks to good decision-making. Okay, so I was going through the raw numbers, the counting stats with assist to turnover ratio. I should be ratioed for that. That's casual stuff by me. As Rousseau points out, a 30% assist rate and only 12% turnover rate speaks to good decision-making. Sanders was a 5-year college player. You'll see a lot of seniors taken in this second round in this NIL era, spending the first 4 years at Cal Poly. Sanders is from the San Diego area. Got ties to Kawhi, Norman Powell there. We're good. So if you're just joining us now, the LA Clippers traded up to pick number 51 to number 50 overall and selected guard Kobe Sanders from Nevada. I'm pretty excited about it. Woo! Overly excited, but whatever. This is what the draft show is all about. What do you want from me? Terry said, when is our first Summer League game? Yeah, I'm curious about that too. Can somebody help me out? Sergio said Kobe, KFC Sanders. What does that mean? Tim A said, if he's 6'9", does he project as more of a power forward on defense if he's not as fleet of foot? Probably. He said he wants to be able to guard 1 through 4. I think he was talking about the college level. Peacoat Gang said, I heard L. Frank today, said we have to change up how we approach playing the youngins. What he said was that they need the youngins to be practicing more with the big leagues, the big group. That's what they need. So instead of those guys playing as much maybe in the G League and practicing there, when the Clippers do practice, he wants the young guys to be there practicing with the veterans so they have a chance to beat them out, which makes sense. Teams don't practice as much now. So when they do, that's a good experience and a good opportunity for young guys to show, hey, I can beat out this vet in practice. Because all this talk about how Ty Lue never plays anyone, it's like, guys, do you think Coach Lue doesn't watch them in the G League or in practice and doesn't see how these guys are? If you aren't succeeding at that level, if you're not shooting it well, as Kobe Brown has not so far, we'll see what happens with Kobe Sanders. Kobe Brown has not shot it well in the G League. If you're not shooting it well in the G League, you're not going to get as many opportunities in the big leagues, the NBA level. This whole notion that, like, what are we doing? We're not giving these guys reps in the NBA. It's like, well, they need to play well at the lower levels. They need to play well in practice. It's not going to translate to the NBA if they're not doing it at the lower levels. They weren't doing that as much before because it makes sense to get guys more seasoning and being in the G League more to play more games. But there is something to getting practices against the Clippers players. Problem is, teams don't practice as much as they used to because of the load management era or just how taxing it is. And we're seeing all these injuries and Achilles injuries with young guys now. I am telling you, and I'll tell you this till I'm blue in the face, the league is much more physical now because you have to run much more now. Guys are running more miles per game than they ever have. That is what puts wear and tear on your body. That's physicality. That's why you're seeing guys get hurt at younger ages. Jason Tatum and now Halliburton both tearing their Achilles. Jason Tatum's 27, Halliburton's 25. At those young ages, we didn't used to see that before. The problem is also youth sports, specialized sports. I've been talking about this for 7 years. The data is out there. Doctors have been talking about it. Their knees are a ticking time bomb because they're playing year-round basketball all the time at a level they didn't used to 30, 40 years ago in AAU ball. And guys are putting way more stress on their body at an early age. So when they come into the league, they already have more tread off the tires. That's why more players get hurt now. Garrett said, Adam, what do you think of L. Frank saying Yannick could shoot in a couple of years? He shot 9% on 0.4 attempts a game this year, so not sure if he had access to some special metrics or something. So he shot a lot more, it sounds like, with the Swiss national team. And I played audio earlier, you might want to rewind, where the Penn State guys were saying he was the best shooter on the team. They just didn't ask him to do it. He only took 11 three-pointers last season, I believe, at Penn State. It could be there. It could be a deep level skill that if he does all the other things right first, which is just play like a more traditional big, then you can get to the shooting later on. But I would say don't overload him with too much to do. Simplify the game for him as a young player. I mean, he's 22, but his shot looks really good when you watch it. Like his form on three balls looks really good. He's hardly taken any in college. I guess he was taking more with the Swiss national team and as a younger player because he had a late growth spurt. Again, guys at Penn State, we saw the interview with Yannick, were saying he's the best shooter on the team. So there is some type of skill set there, some groundwork laid with his outside shooting that he hasn't been able to show off yet. But the Clippers know better than to, have him trying to take long ball threes as a rookie. Like, just do the little things right. Set good screens, roll to the basket, protect the rim. He's also said to have really good hands. Like, he catches all kinds of lobs. The Derek Lively comp is that's high praise, obviously. Maybe that's the best he could ever be. Probably. You'd be lucky if he turned into Derek Lively and how good he's been in his young career. I can see it a little bit in body type. Peacoat said, maybe they blow up the play on the blow by. I don't know what he's talking about. Garrett said, I just hate the pick, man. His mold, super athlete, lob threat who can't do anything with the ball. I mean, how many bigs are doing much with the ball? So many bigs in this league are dependent on being rim runners and a point guard setting them up. That's not out of the ordinary. In fact, that's preferred in most cases. I don't want my big doing too much because most of them can't. And most of them aren't that efficient. Zoo is an outlier. Jokic is an outlier. Embiid is an outlier. Anthony Davis is an outlier. That's not the norm. Outside of a handful of guys in the league, you just want somebody that is a rim runner, a vertical threat, and protects the rim on the other end. If he turns into that at this level, that's a great pick. If he can be a good backup big for 12 minutes a night. Energy guy. Go get it guy. That's fine. I'm guessing they traded up because they thought the Knicks might take Kobe Sanders or somebody else might behind them. I mean, there are plays where Yannick is taking it from the three-point line and making moves and going left. He seems to love to go left. Did you watch some of the tape, Garrett? We watched it on Clips and Dips some last night. There are some moves that he makes where I'm like, huh, that's interesting. He can put it on the floor slightly. Yeah, there are very few centers in this league, stretch bigs in this league. Very few. And you have to be really good to warrant and justify shooting from the outside as a big. I mean, it's crucial if you want him playing next to Ivica Zubac, you would like one of those guys to be a shooter. I don't think he's going to be playing next to Ivica Zubac. Lawrence Frank talked about that too. They did bring up Houston using two bigs. Amin said, I want to see this demon cook. Garrett said, nothing crazy. I'm talking about short roll decision-making, handoffs. Look how long it's taken for Zoo to get better in short roll decision-making. Asking him to come out right away and be able to do all that, that's just unrealistic. And he's just growing into his body and getting comfortable. Late bloomer. What did Lively do without Luka? I mean, who cares? If a big man is dependent on a playmaking floor general, that's fine. If you are Clint Capella in this league or Derek Lively, that is fine. If Yannick could be that, we would be so lucky if he could be that. Garrett said, look at someone like Luke Cornett, poor athlete and non-shooter, but super high IQ, great defensively and big impact. Kalkbrenner was the pick, in my opinion. Maybe he was. I think you can argue higher floor, but we'll see. It's going to take, I think even for a guy like that, it's going to take time. So the Clippers are like, well, I guess we'll take the guy with the higher ceiling. Despite his basketball young comments, well, there is something to that. He is still learning the game. He hasn't played as long as some of these guys and had a late growth spurt. Deathstroke said, no, Cornette ain't got no hops. Fahad said, thank you, Adam. I saw Yannick doing some moves I've seen AD and Siakam do in the post consistently, like both picks. Both the Clippers picks you like? Yeah, I'm not giving up. I know Clint Capella's play with James Harden and Trae Young, not a coincidence. He's also a Swiss guy. If you're saying, oh, Clint Capella is a Trae Young, James Harden merchant, okay, great. Not every guy is going to be that good of a rim runner. Just because they are completely reliant on having that type of point guard doesn't mean they're not an impactful player. If Yannick is someone like that that's completely reliable of having a good playmaking point guard or high pick and roll guy, cool. That's very useful. I don't know what center you're pointing to, Fadnat. The center that went at 31, shot 38% from three. Why didn't we get that guy? Was it on high volume? Zoo is under contract for like 3 more years, Fahad. He's not asking for $40 million. He's about to start a new contract where he's only making like $18 million. So that's just misinformation. This is not Zoo Insurance getting Konan. I said it. If I say it, we got to play it.
Konan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women. That is good.
Yannik.
Konan.
Neerhouser. Yannik.
Konan.
Niederhauser. I like Dennis Schroeder as well. If the Clippers could find a way to bring in Dennis Schroeder, I am a fan. I've always been a fan of Dennis Schroeder. So the draft is over, right? Are we good? Are we okay? Let's see what Robert Flom, notorious Clipper draft hater, Robert Flom, thought about this pick. Oh, he wrote about it. Interesting. He must like it. Shall I read what Robert Flom said? I don't want to take away from his story. I'll read a little bit. Kobe Sanders is tall for a wing, standing at 6'7". I prefer 6'9". Though he's fairly skinny at just over 200 pounds, he scored mostly with mid-range jumpers and at the free throw line, as his three-point shooting in college was not very good for a scoring wing. On offense, his best skill by far is playmaking. 4.5 assists for a guy his size is pretty good. He is good at manipulating defenses and making quick reads to open teammates. Check out Robert Flom's article at 213 Hoops. I don't want to spoil all of it, but it seems like he's approving of this more than he was of Yannick
Konan
Niederhauser. Are there people in here still hating? Oh, sure you did, Fahad. Meant down the line. 3 years come sooner, and so do extension talks. All right. Maybe that's what you were going with. Who else do we got? Garrett said, in following up on our debate, I agree a ton of bigs are tethered to playmakers. Look how much money CP3 made, guys. I just think we could have gone so many different directions, and Yannick is a second Kai Jones to me. We shall see. He is much bigger than Kai Jones. I think that is something the Clippers really wanted. I don't think he is fully grown, and he's 250 because he looks still thin at 250, so he can fill out his frame more. Yannick Neerhouser. Mike Dang said, the Clippers made this pick fully aware he will be dependent on a point guard. That's okay. Those type of players, especially at 30, can definitely still help and be impactful. Like, there aren't many bigs in this league who are not dependent, who are independent of a point guard, who aren't relying on a point guard. Those guys are generational. We're not asking for that. Some people are talking about Kobe Sanders being Ben Simmons, but with offense, with a midi. That Mexican Nars being a doomer, saying last time the Clippers traded picks with the Knicks, they drafted Grimes. I'm sure you saw that on Clippers Reddit. You don't need to be a hater.
Being a hater. Being a hater.
Zoo doesn't like it. Some people are saying, how about Lonzo? I like Lonzo. I've always liked Lonzo, but can he stay healthy? Yeah, Konan is huge, guys.
Konan!
He's big. And he can get bigger. Kai Jones is very thin. I love Sky Jones. But come on. Garrett said, oh, no doubt. Watching the highlights, first thing that pops is his size and athleticism. If nothing else, they got younger and more athletic. Our favorite phrase. I guess I'm salty because I loved Fleming. I get that. I like Fleming too. Where'd he end up going? Oh, no. Phoenix took him, didn't they? Okay. Jacob's coming around. I was upset yesterday about Konan.
Konan!
But I'm happy. He's happy to be a Clipper. Damian said, Konan can make moves posting up.
Konan!
Somebody said Alonzo's got a fake knee. I think he has a cadaver tendon or something. If for nothing else, love his name. Yanic Konan Niederhauser. Should we do it again? It's been too long. Ready? Sing it with me if you know the words. Yanic Konan Niederhauser, Yanic Konan Niederhauser, Yanic Konan Niederhauser. Clippers in their half court set, throw it up. So stupid. How's everybody feeling? Oh, I had it.
Not too bad, I hope.
Not too bad, I hope.
Not too bad, I hope.
Yeah, Phoenix is making moves, man. Fleming, Duke Center, Mark Williams. They said, we're going to get some size in here now. I know, guys. It took me a second, and I realized, oh, yeah, Phoenix got him. I'm going to ask a question. Who are the young guys? I'm going to ask this again. Who are all these young guys that Ty Lue didn't play that went on to playing winning basketball somewhere and being impactful? Who are all those guys? Because I see all these complaints. Ty Lue should have played this guy. Should have played that guy. Who are all these guys that went on to play winning basketball somewhere else that Ty Lue didn't play? Just a question. Just throwing that out there. Anybody? Because I don't think Brandon Boston's playing winning basketball. He put up some stats last year on an awful team. I don't think Moussa Diabate was playing winning basketball. Put up some stats on a bad team. I'm happy for him, but there's a big difference. Who are those guys? Anybody got an answer? Oh, you don't?
Hey! Where y'all going? Hey, Patrick Beverly. Where y'all going? You a legend, bro.
Hey! Where y'all going? You don't got an answer. Fleming is, he's an undersized center, guys. He's like 6'8". I don't know if that would have been the answer at center, at least. I like him. And the numbers is on decent volume from 3. And he could be a contributor. I think it was a good pick for Phoenix. So this is Garrett saying no one, our drafting is awful. That's the real issue. We haven't drafted a playable dude since T-Man. Well, they drafted a guy who went undrafted, and Amir Coffey was playable. And we'll see about Kobe and Jordan Miller. But the point is, the Clippers haven't had good draft picks, as in where they're selecting. If you're always selecting at the very end of the first round or in the second round, the chance that those guys, Garrett, as you know, you brought up the chance of a guy being picked 50th, making it, is very slim. It would be one thing if the Clippers had top 10 picks every year and they weren't hitting. They're not hitting on late first round picks and seconds. That's the difference. I'd be a lot more critical if they kept having lottery picks and missing. Everybody misses all the time. It's a complete crapshoot when you get late into the first round, into the second. It just is. It's a crapshoot. I told you guys. 10-year period from 2006 to 2016 of top 10 picks, 100 picks. Only 25 of those guys became all-stars. You had a 25% chance of drafting an all-star over a 10-year period in the first 10 picks. And you guys think it's some guarantee, or it's only the Clippers who miss. Who'd the Lakers get? I know some people were talking about them. Who'd they get? Who'd they get? Should I be worried?
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The faker, snaker Lakers.
The faker, snaker Lakers?
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The faker, snaker Lakers.
Garrett said, I totally get that, but like not a single one. I look at Memphis, who has hit on Bane, Wells, Aldama, all in the last few years, late first or second. Those are franchise-altering picks. I think there's two things that are true here, as people love to say, and it's an overused statement, but it is effective. Two things can be true. It's really hard to draft, and it's a crapshoot, and the Clippers still need to do a better job than they have. There can be some criticism, but this whole idea that, like, oh, they should be getting more, like, they probably should have hit on a couple more, but they also have had less picks than anyone, of course, because of the SGA trade. The Kabengele pick, the Keon Johnson pick, although Keon Johnson ended up being used to get Norman Powell, so that worked out. The Kobe Brown pick, those can be scrutinized. Jason Preston, Daniel Oturu, they can all be scrutinized. I'm just saying, you go through drafts over the years and look back, and it's just landmines everywhere. It's Minesweeper of how many duds there are. It's what it is. Think about it. What do the numbers say?
I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
There's 450 players in the league consistently. We haven't expanded yet. There's 450 players in the league. 60 players are drafted every year. Are 60 players retiring every year for those 60 guys to take over jobs from? No. So most of those guys aren't making it. And by most, I mean like 80% at least. So everybody freaking out about the draft, and we make so much out of it. And I was having fun with Kobe Sanders, and I'm rooting for the young man, and I do like the pick and the talent. We just don't know. What do the numbers say?
I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
Lakers have drafted pretty well. You got to give them credit. And that is annoying. I don't. Oh.
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The faker, snaker Lakers.
They've also had some duds in there too. Who the Lakers pick up? Who do they get? Eric Dixon on a two-way. He went undrafted. He was that good. How you go undrafted? Damn. 23 per game. 40% from three. I know the Big East isn't what it was. Fifth-year senior? We'll see.
I hate the Lakers. I hate the Lakers.
Draft is so far from an exact science. The amount of over-analysis we do is mind-boggling to me. And they make it seem like, and this probably is what sets false expectations and people being set up to be upset, is when you're watching the analysts on TV, and I understand they're filling time, they're trying to keep you involved and make it seem like this is such a pivotal move right now, and this is why you should be watching our program. They make it seem like every pick's going to end up an all-star. But that's just not close to the case. Just look over the draft history. Everybody, do me a favor. Just go back to any draft, 2021, 2022, 2020, 2019, and just go through the first 30 picks. And then think back, what did they say about this guy? Oh, my God, he was out of the league in 2 years. Like, how did all these guys wash out? It's hard. It's really, really difficult. If you're being honest with yourself, think of all the guys that you thought were going to be something coming out of college and never were. Guys you would have bet on. I know it's tough to admit. Shabazz Napier, LeBron, thought he was going to be something. Come on. Everybody, we're missing all the time. I say it's like hitting at the plate. If you're hitting 300, if you're hitting 30% of the time in the draft, you're doing all right. See, this is just, Fadnat said we draft very badly, though. There's always some sort of emotional connection, good character thing attached that seems to get them in trouble. I will say, even with their picks being later in the draft, the Clippers can do better, can hit more often than they have, even though they're not exactly having lottery picks and high-end first-round picks. They could still do better. I also think it is somewhat just bad luck. I think a lot of people like the Jason Preston pick. I like the Fiondo Kabengele pick. That made sense to me. Keon Johnson did too. Like, oh, they got the best athlete in the draft. Guy with a 50-inch vertical. They need more athleticism. Fee was like, can he be Serge Ibaka? He's got some range to him with his shooting. He's got some switchability. Can he be Al Horford? Like, okay, that's both of those were probably too aspirational, obviously, but there was some logic to it at the time. He showed he could shoot some threes and block some shots, and it didn't translate. It's also circumstantial too. Like guys in the right spot or guys that just lack the proper motivation or the self-starters. Some guys aren't that. I don't know. Jason Preston got a commercial out of it. Garrett said the biggest issue is the pile-up effect on the roster. We have Jordan, Kobe, Cam, Yannick, Eubanks, all on standard contracts. That's a third of the roster that isn't playable. They have an off season to make moves still. I'm not going to listen to this stuff when, like, why are you being so negative? Let's see who's going to be there in training camp. Let's see how things shake out, my guy. The numbers say there's likely going to be some differences with this roster from how it is to how it's going to be in training camp.
I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
Milos Magic. We were all excited for that. Just be honest with yourself. How many guys were you sure about Eric Maynor coming out of college that they were going to be something? Just to throw out another name. One more. Fred Jones. Okay, won the dunk contest. Aaron Brooks had some moments for the Houston Rockets. I was a big fan of his. Oregon bias. People want Milos to come out of retirement. We'll see how the Lakers pick goes. I know people worried about the Lakers.
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The Baker Snaker Lakers.
We can expect a bigger role from Jordan Miller if he takes advantage of his minutes better. Guys, they gave him a shot. It was there for the taking. He didn't do a good enough job. Once they cut off him going left, once the scouting report was out that, oh, he loves to go left, and they took that away, he didn't have a counter for it. It's a cat and mouse game. It's like a new pitcher or hitter who has early success in Major League Baseball, and then the other side adjusts. Garrett said, fair, Adam. I'm sorry for bringing my negative energy to the chat. I'll take it all back when we get Collins and Neil Alexander Walker. I'm manifesting. I like that. Remember,
We are divine opportunists.
Louise said, how the hell did the Fakers get Reeves? He went undrafted. Like, it's not a lack of work with Jordan Miller or many of these guys. Like, I've seen Jordan Miller put in the work. It's just hard. The pressure on these guys to perform. He's done it well enough in the G League. It is a giant step up doing it at the NBA level. We've seen a few glimpses, a few flashes here and there. Drew Scott said, crash out clips already. Be patient, y'all. Let L. Frank cook. Let him cook. All right? Let Konan cook.
Konan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women. That is good.
This whole Jordan Miller wasn't given a shot, and Kobe Brown hasn't been given a shot at times. It's BS. You got to take advantage of it more. But now, I'm going to take advantage of our guest that we've been waiting for because he's a busy man and it's the NBA draft. But he is here now to enhance this show and take our coverage to another level. Hour ago, the Clippers were trading up to bring in Kobe Sanders. And I am already saying he's goated for that. Law and Kobe, just for being here. Law, thanks for doing this here on Clipper Stock.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's talk about it. How'd the deal come about? Who'd the Clippers give up? I kind of forgot about that guy, that he was stashed.
I got some microphone issues.
Is it coming from my side? Because you sound good to me.
Okay, how about now?
You sound good.
Can
you hear me?
I'm good. Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
I got you now. Okay.
Yeah. It might have been my fault. I was switching over to my other mic here.
Yeah.
Tell me about Kobe Sanders, how the deal came about, why the Clippers had to trade up for him. I believe you were trying to tell everybody they were looking for some more playmaking.
Yeah. I'm actually got the little, official deal now. But the deal is what I said it was, so I ain't got much to add to that. 51st pick, and Luka Mitrovic, who is a guy who will never play in the NBA, goes to the Knicks. Kobe Sanders to the Clippers. I think this is more about the Knicks being like, we don't want to draft anybody. Do you want to move up? I guess. It's as negligible a pick swap as you can do on draft day. The Knicks have a ton of guys. The Knicks are known for just, making these moves during draft day. So I'm not really going to get too deep into 51 versus 50. It's not like even 4 years ago when the Knicks and the Clippers did business on draft day, and Kobe, that was a bigger trade up for the Clippers. They going from 25 to 21, and that was a trade up to get Kobe. I mean, not Kobe. Keon Johnson, and the Knicks wound up with Quentin Grimes and an extra second. I would say the Knicks won that deal, but also, I would also say that the Clippers have Norman Powell on their roster right now. So who's to say? Who's to say who got the better of it? But I'll tell you what, Lawrence just
Clippers were finessing Portland before anyone.
I guess you could say that. Portland. The Portland Trailblazers are a funny basketball team. I'm not even, that's not even shade. Like, that was a very entertaining moment when I saw Yang going to Portland. But it kind of reinforces my point about when you want a guy in the draft. I mean, I love draft coverage. I mean, you see months. In some cases, some guys do this for years ahead of drafts. There might be a 2030 mock draft out there somewhere. Y'all just don't know about it. I don't know about it. I really respect the guys who really put in a lot of work. What I don't respect as much is people who think that everyone is supposed to adhere to everyone else's mock draft when they go and draft their guys. So obviously no one had that dude going in the first round, okay? And that's the kind of thing that makes you go, oh snap, like who really likes who? You can't be listening to these mock drafts, man. No disrespect to anyone who does them, but they are content more than anything else. It's informed content, but it's not to say that, hey, things are going to go exactly this way or that these players are going to go exactly this way. But anyway, what did Lawrence say about Kobe? I'm literally getting this for the first time. Kobe is a playmaking wing who is a skilled passer and an effective scorer. Now, when he says skill, you're getting my breakdown right quick, right? When you say skilled passer, you look at the assists, but what was the biggest problem? What would he talk about all the time with the Clippers offense last year?
Well, you got a PlayStation 2 that keeps firing up? What is that?
Hey, man. Hey, man, I haven't been on broadcast in a minute. My phone is a little loud right now.
I love that. That's your alert. That's great.
I don't even be thinking about it no more because I'm not around people. But yeah, that's exactly what that shit was. I'm like, what PlayStation you talk? Oh yeah, my phone is definitely kind of a little hot right now.
So you're analyzing the press release here from Lawrence Frank on Kobe Sanders?
Yeah. So Kobe's a playmaking wing. That right there tells me. Now, Kobe Sanders played point guard at Nevada last year. Point guard, like I looked through all these rosters when I go and actually like put guys in my primary positions. It's not a projection. It's not something based completely off of, oh, you're too small to play this or you whatever. I look at who I try and get starting lineups and I try and analyze roles and I just go from there. That's not to say that, hey, I see a lot of guys who play college small forward. They're going to wind up being asked to play the 2. See a lot of guys, college centers, they're going to have to play the 4 or a lot of college 4s. DeAndre Ayton played the 4 at Arizona, No one has been serious about having DeAndre Ayton play next to another center, in part because, DeAndre Ayton has not really progressed skill-wise as we thought he might coming out of his year at Arizona. You would have thought DeAndre Ayton by now would have been a guy who draws a lot of fouls, who can extend his range out to the 3 comfortably. That obviously has not really been the case with DeAndre Ayton. That's part of the reason why he's been a productive but somewhat disappointing number 1 overall pick, right? So Kobe Sanders being called a playmaking wing by Lawrence Frank tells me that they don't think that he's a true, like, you're going to definitely play point guard, but it does tell me they acknowledge that he's at his best with the ball in his hands and at his best making plays for others. And that's the next part of the statement. Skilled passer and effective scorer. Skilled passer to me, and I was teeing you up. What were we talking about all year with the Clippers and their offense as far as their Achilles heel? I shouldn't even want to. I don't even want to use that word, Achilles heel, but big weak point.
On their offensive side?
Offense. Biggest weakness offensively.
Are we talking about not having another playmaker out there and having to have Chris Dunn out there to help out James Harden?
Statistically, let's keep it simple.
Statistically on offense.
Yes.
I don't know, man. Last year was a blur right now.
Turnovers, man. Turnovers.
Oh, earlier last season, yeah, before Kawhi got back, we talked about turnovers done.
Turnovers, man. So Kobe Sanders, if you're going to draft an on-ball guy and you're not sure about a lot of guys, they drafted a guy who was responsible for the offense at Nevada and didn't turn the ball over at a high rate while doing it. 4.5 assists per game is pretty impressive for a lot of college players. You look at some of the guys who were drafted in the lottery and look at how many assists per game they had. I mean, I'm going to look at Yegor Damian, for example, a guy who I'm not totally surprised he went lottery, but I wouldn't have taken him in the lottery. Yegor had 5.5 assists per game last year, but only but also with 2.9 turnovers. And then you got Kobe Sanders, and I'm not saying that Sanders is a better prospect or even a better playmaker than Demon is, but Sanders averaged 1 fewer assists per game, but also 1 fewer turnover per game, right? And so you're looking at the value there as a guy who can take care of the basketball, while also being able to make plays for his teammates. That's pretty good. You know, it's not something that you can say about any of the other young Clipper players. Maybe Kobe Brown, but Kobe's not like going to be a player that you say is a lead guard. Neither is Sanders, as far as like, I think his biggest weakness is, you know, how often can he penetrate and get to the paint and actually force help so that he can utilize that passing ability. But the flip side to that is this is a guy who I think can handle the basketball and make plays and be careful with it. And that's pretty much that. As far as the scoring, Kobe Sanders is not like a standout athlete, but he's 6'7" and has the ability to get to the free throw line at a high rate. I think that's the one thing that the Clippers draft picks have in common when you talk about Sanders and Yanic Konan Niederhauser is both of those guys got to the free throw line at a high rate, especially specific to what their position was. You know, we're talking about a center, you know, who absolutely was not asked to be the fulcrum of their offense at Penn State. And then you talk about a guy in Kobe who, you know, again, 6'7", not remarkably athletic, but also the lead playmaker. So that guy found time to get to the line at a high rate, even though he was also making plays for his teammates. So that's a common thread. Not a lot of common threads between these two draft picks, but that is one of them that I noticed. And then Lawrence was mentioning that, you know, he's a San Diego kid. And so, you know, he played, you know, you got another guy on the roster who is actually from San Diego and another guy who might as well be. So that's, you know, you always look for those little things when you draft and when you are looking at new talent joining the team.
I'll be honest, I hadn't watched Kobe Sanders a lot. I went through some film as soon as they called out his name. And I thought for a second, he can handle the ball. He's big, he's tall. I saw a little bit of slow-mo. I saw a little bit of Kyle Anderson. Is that crazy?
I don't think it's too crazy. The thing about, and you know, slow-mo played with Kawhi, you know. I loved it when the Spurs drafted him. He was one of my favorite players coming out. And, you know, the thing with Kyle Anderson is, like, there's a reason that a dude like that was a first-round pick. You know, part of it is because of age. You're always going to draft guys, you know, when they're younger and everything. But the thing with Kyle Anderson compared to someone like Kobe is straight up, like, Kyle is just a very large human being. Like, that dude is, I think Kobe and Kyle height-wise are somewhat similar. You know, Kyle's like 6'8", Kobe is, I'm going to call him 6'7". But Kyle Anderson's 230 pounds with a 7'3" wingspan. That makes up for a lot if you know, when you need to move your feet and guys need to go through your body and your chest. Like, yeah, that dude has some outs. If one thing doesn't work out, you've seen Kyle Anderson play center, power forward, small forward.
Yeah.
And we all know Kyle Anderson has the passing and handle ability of a point guard. No one would call him a true point guard, even though he's Luka sized, because he can't create advantages like that. But Kyle Anderson is an outstanding player when it comes to his basketball IQ and understanding like how to utilize his passing ability, right? And as a passer, Kobe has that. I think I love Kyle Anderson defensively. I don't think like Kobe Sanders is going to have a much bigger leap on that end of the floor because he doesn't have that length and he doesn't have that weight. That's also why I don't really love him I definitely wouldn't put him at the 4, certainly not the 5. You know, as a 3, okay, but I don't think he's going to get on the floor because of his ability to defend guys. Like, I don't think he's a good rebounder for the 3. I think he's acceptable for a guard, which is disappointing for a 6'7" player. But the thing that Kobe Sanders has is he has skill. And so I like both of the Clippers draft picks better offensively than defensively. Yanic Konan Niederhauser is not going to hurt you offensively. That dude is going to it's catch this and dunk that. You know, like that's the job is going to be very simple for him early on, and I think he'll be able to do that on day one. With Kobe, it's like I think he has enough dribble, pass, shoot skill to play basketball professionally. The concern for Yannick defensively is going to be everything that doesn't involve chasing a block, like literally everything, right down to if you get strung out one-on-one on the perimeter, if you are guarding in the drop in the pick and roll, like he's got to use his body better. He's not a good rebounder at all defensively. He is offensively, but defensively, he hasn't figured that out yet. And that's, you know, that's one of the reasons I didn't put him in my draft preview. You know, I was just like, there's too much to learn. There's probably someone better, but I can understand the tools part of picking him and teaching him and getting him ready to play during his rookie contract. With Sanders, I'm interested to see what the plan is for Kobe Sanders. But the thing that this Clippers front office has been trying to tell us about wings for years is you can never have enough of them. And the reason they keep saying that is because if Kobe Sanders, they're already saying they don't expect him to be a 1. I'm going to treat him like a 1 until I see the lineups that he's with. You know, he's been an on-ball player, right? I'm going to treat him like a 1 until I see otherwise. But I'm expecting him to be like, okay, he's probably going to have to play more like a 3. Whatever he's at. Offensively, this is a guy who looks like he's got an outline of a DPS, dribble, pass, shoot. And then defensively, when you 6'7", you can guard up and down the lineup, even if I'm not sure how well you'll guard, but at least we can say, hey, you're 6'7", guard this point guard or take this center for a possession or two and everything in between.
So let's focus in on Yannick a little bit here. How surprised were you? Did you have him anywhere ranked on your big board? Because I've seen some wild stuff where some people had him like 125. I've seen another guy said he had him 9th in the draft. Like, I don't know what to think about it outside of he's the biggest, most athletic guy in the draft, right? For that size, he's the most athletic.
Yeah, I mean, he's you know, so he's 22 years old. He won't be 23 until March. You know, it's your typical. Even though he didn't play in college for 4 years, it's like your typical 4-year guy. Like, you know, when I graduated college, 4 years out of high school, I was 22. So it's normal. I wouldn't call him old, you know, but I wouldn't obviously call him young. Now the Clippers are going to treat him like a guy who has some ceiling because he didn't start playing ball until later. I don't have that much space in my articles at The Athletic. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you what, I turned in what I turned in for my draft and already my editor first thing he said was, I wasn't expecting to be this long. So if people have seen my pre-draft articles in years past, especially when they have a first and a second, it gets like I've thrown a lot of names out there. I mean, one time I put Brandon Miller on my list just because, we had that 2023 pre-draft scuttlebutt about the Clippers trading Paul George to move up in the draft. And I was like, yeah, I don't think they would do that. I don't think that's a real thing. Obviously, it didn't amount to anything. So this was a year where I was like, I'm just going to do 5 guys per position. And I could have done less than 5 because there are some positions. Shooting guard, I was like, I don't like any of these guys. And I don't think it's worth it at all because they just drafted Cam Christie last year. So Niederhauser was a guy I looked at a long time. And I was like, do I want to put him as a part of the only 5 guys? And part of the 5 guys I always want to put an Exhibit 10 guy on there, a guy who I don't really expect to get drafted, but maybe you would consider after. And I did one of those for each position. Out of the 5 guys, one for each position, Small wound up getting drafted as a point guard right before the Clippers picked. Caleb Love was undrafted at shooting guard. Dink Pate was undrafted at small forward. Power forward Grant Nelson was undrafted. And at center, Amari Williams did get drafted, and he got drafted before the Clippers pick. Vlad Golden actually went undrafted, but I had him on my list. So I was just like, I could have put Yannick there instead of someone like Asa Newell or Vlad Golden, but I was just like, nah, let me just put Asa on there because if he slips, I think he's interesting. And put Vlad on there because I just was like, at that point, I'm like, I don't even think Yannick would make it to 50 or 51 for that matter. I didn't think he would make it there. So that's kind of how I put that together. I don't dislike Yannick as a prospect. Again, the reason that dude got drafted is because physically he destroyed the workout part of the draft process. Absolutely destroyed it. He was a G League Elite Camp invite. That's also where the Clippers got Terrence Mann and Amir Coffey. Both of those guys were G League Elite Camp guys in 2019. They wound up getting Terrence in the second round and Amir Coffey after the draft. And those guys, clearly the gold standard for Clippers second round undrafted picks, for what it's worth. One of those guys isn't on the roster now, and the other guy might not be on the roster this time next week. So it's time for the Clippers to I don't even want to say reestablish. They haven't established anything. But, obviously they're long overdue to have a player that they drafted, that they selected, that worked for them. And, Niederhauser has the size that some past Clipper big draft picks don't have. Like, he's taller than Kevin Gelly. He's much taller than Daniel Oturu. He's taller and he's just a lot more built out than he's like a good 30 pounds heavier than Moussa Diabate is. And even if you consider Kai Jones, who was one of those fallen angel guys that Lawrence Frank refers to, he's a good 20, 25 pounds heavier than Kai Jones is. Like, one of the biggest reasons they were comfortable letting Kai go is because as athletic as Kai is, he didn't have the great, standing vert. Like, if that guy has a runway, if Kai has a runway, I mean, he looks like a track athlete, right? But you saw, Kai had similar issues to Moussa when it came to if he had to just get 2 feet in the paint and kind of explode, he wasn't nearly as imposing as he is when he has a running start and he can scalp you, right? So that was tough, especially for a team that plays as slow as the Clippers. It was just tough, talking about make contact, roll, try and utilize that athleticism as a lob threat. It was just difficult there. But offensively, you're not tripping as much at the center position. It's defensively. You really need that. And, that's where Kai struggled. Kai worked his ass off. He tried. It's not a, character thing, not caring thing. It was just, it was because of his body and because Kai is raw too. It was difficult.
Go ahead. No, I was going to ask you, how far do you think Yannick is away Lawrence Frank last night mentioned carrying 3 centers on the roster this year. Does that mean they're already just kind of settling for him as being the third guy?
I don't think it's a settle, but I think that I'm very interested to see how the Clippers maneuver. Because let's put it this way. Ben Simmons, who I'm operating as my de facto backup center coming off of last year, even though that is not, he's the last guy you want to put in a box positionally. But for depth chart purposes, he's the backup center. He's a free agent.
Yeah.
And, I'd just be surprised to see Ben back, I would just be surprised. Drew Eubanks is not a free agent, but he's non-guaranteed, and they can let him go anytime they want, basically. The reason you keep Drew Eubanks around is for salary purposes in a trade. So, you got to just see how that works out. You could always keep him, bring him to camp, whatever, but that is a salary that the Clippers are going to manipulate, throughout the offseason. We all know what the Clippers need, and that is, a professional front court player, someone who can play in the regular season, spot start, and provide your roster with optionality in case you meet up with the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs. You know what I mean? So
Those guys are so easy to find, though, right? They're just a dime a dozen. They're everywhere.
Yeah, Lawrence once told me that those guys are called max players. So it's just like, how do you find that guy? Is there a guy that you identify in free agency? Is there someone that you think you can acquire in a trade, that you want to acquire in a trade? I'm interested to see what that is. As it relates to Yanic Konan Niederhauser, he's a guy who, the only way he plays next year is if he beats somebody out. Kind of like a boss in a video game where it's like you put him in front of him and you got to beat that dude. And if you can beat him, then that's great. That's great for everybody involved. It's great for the Clippers front office that needs a draft win. It's great for the coaching staff because the coaching staff wants to play guys. But
do you buy into this? Because I get this all the time in here. I feel like it's been a lot of the discussion today. Everybody just with a lot of snark and cynicism saying, Coach Lou's not going to play him anyways. What does it matter who we get? Like, they're not going to play. They're not going to be out there. My point is, like, how many guys have left the Clippers that didn't play much and are impacting winning? I know Musa and Baron Boston, and I'm happy for them getting an opportunity this past year, but those teams are bad. Like, it's not the same thing.
Well, not only that, but you look at who those teams drafted, this week. I mean, ironically, Charlotte's the team that drafted Ryan Kalkbrenner. You know what I mean? You look at New Orleans, they just added another wing to their to a group that is flush full of wings. They traded for Sadiq Bey, who is healthy coming off an ACL. There's going to be a ton of competition for who plays in New Orleans, in Charlotte. So again, like, shout out to those guys. But yeah, I'm sure if
criticism fair though on the Clippers and Coach Lou not playing young guys.
It's not entirely fair, but who gives a damn about what's fair? I think T. Lou needs to put forth an atmosphere where guys can actually contribute to winning, and it's the front office job to get guys on their team that are good, that can contribute to winning. The windows for those guys are really slim. For the front office, you're not using top 20 picks. We get that. So that's just how it's going to be. It's always going to be tough. You can't hit on those guys every year. But even if you're saying it's a 15-20% chance, you're hoping that once every 5 years you get a guy, right? So, that's, again, it's tough, but like, you don't want to be sitting being like, well, we drafted one guy who was a finals MVP. We drafted one guy who hit as a second round pick, and there's no one. We hit on one guy who was undrafted. Amir Coffey's career is a success. Okay. Like, that dude has shown that he can be an NBA rotation player, past his two-way contract that he originally signed after being undrafted. That's a success. That's a hit. And the Clippers are due for a hit. 5 draft picks, 5 years of draft picks. Are any of those dudes NBA rotation players sustainably, especially for the team that, originally took them? It's time. So is it fair? In a vacuum, no, but like it's not about what's fair after a certain while. Like I think people.
Is it accurate? Forget fair.
It's not. What it's not fair is it's not fair to Niederhauser and Sanders. But hey, look, the front office knows that they need a hit, and the coaching staff knows that. One thing that they should be doing is if vets aren't cutting it, and T. Lou will say the same thing. If the vets aren't cutting it, then yeah, that opens the door for a young guy to play, and it's up to the young guys to show that they can play. Now, if a young guy can't play, I don't really put that on the coaching staff as much. If a young guy can play, then that is probably on the coaching staff. I think at the end of the day, you just want to win. You made the biggest point just now, even introducing that. Contribute to winning, not a guy who can get stats. Like a lot of guys can get stats. Are you winning? Are you defending? Are you assignment sound? Are your teammates able to trust you while you're out there? That's the job not only for these rookies, but for Kobe Brown. Kobe Brown took a lot of crap this week. He's entering year 3. I can't tell you the last Clipper first round pick to make it to year 3. Like, I'm not even kidding. You might need to go all the way back to Blake. I'm not even looking at this. This is a field thing. I think Blake might be the last dude to complete a 3rd season as a Clipper after being a first round pick. Y'all can check me on that. But just off top, like Kobe's entering year 3. Yannick is a rookie. Keon Johnson got traded middle of his rookie season. Shea got traded after his rookie year. Obviously, we all know what that was about. So great pick. Just, trade that.
Al Farouk got traded.
Al Farouk got traded after a year. Eric Bledsoe. Did Eric make it to?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'll look it up. I'll look it up right now.
Yeah, you check that one out for me. I think Eric might have made it to the end of his 3rd year. Because I think he made it to the end of his 3rd actually because he was in the Redden.
He did. You're right.
Yeah,
he did.
And dude, we're talking what 2010?
Yeah. Been a while.
It's been like a long damn time. Like, so it's tough. And so like none of those picks were made with Lawrence in the front office. Hell, Eric wasn't even a Doc pick, We're going way back before the playoff streak started. Or not playoff streak, but the winning record streak started.
Is it Neil O'Shea?
I guess, man. I was barely in LA, so
I want to ask
your boy
you about,
was a lot younger.
I want to ask you about your tweet last night, right before the Clippers made the pick for Yannick.
Right.
You said there's somebody out there that you thought could play day 1 for them that's still on the board. Who was that guy?
I mean, everyone who read the story knew I was talking about Ryan Kalkbrenner. Because out of 25 guys I bothered to go and break down, Ryan was the only one I said, yeah, I think he can play tomorrow for the Clippers. And the reason for that is because, it's funny. If they would have drafted this dude, I'm actually happy for Ryan Kalkbrenner that he didn't get to be drafted by the Clippers because it would have been, hey, when's the last time that the Clippers drafted a center out of Creighton? 40 years ago, first lottery ever. And the Clippers came out of there with Benoit Benjamin out of Creighton University. Yeah, I'm glad Ryan doesn't have to worry about those problems now. Non-zero chance he becomes a Clipper down the line. So that will be interesting. That would be interesting. But like, it's gonna be it's gonna be something, man. We talking about first round guys who might have been first round picks that didn't go in the first round. You know, I mean, I heard Fleming's name a lot, Reynolds' name a lot. Kalkbrenner was the one guy I was like, well, they could use a defender. You know, they could use a guy who could be a reliable rim protector when Zoo is not on the floor. Someone who's just going to do the job offensively. I think Kalkbrenner does have a little bit of squint and you see it ceiling. Like, if you're convinced about, or not convinced, I mean, if anything, Lawrence was trying to tell us Yannick's not shooting threes next year, but down the line, they might see that. Or T. Lou was also saying, or not, Lawrence was saying T. Lou liked the fact that Yannick shot the ball well in the workout that the Clippers have specifically. You know, that was my question. I specifically asked about Tyronn Lue's thoughts and his way in the process with this. Like, T. Lou is not Doc. T. Lou likes to be hands off with a lot of stuff, but like not this time around. Like T. Lou, it sounded like was more involved. And yeah, like Ryan Kalkbrenner, I just felt like he could play tomorrow. That would have let the Clippers make a little bit more moves, but y'all would have been clowning the Clippers for drafting a 5-year guy if they would have did that. So, and I think the Clippers kind of had in mind, it's like, look, we could draft Ryan Kalkbrenner, who would be perfectly fine as a potential backup center, or we could draft a guy who, you know, there's definitely a lower floor with Niederhauser, and there's a higher ceiling with him because of the fact that his movement skills are better, his jumping is better. Kalkbrenner has been playing basketball for a respectably long time, and Niederhauser has not. And I think the Clippers are not just encouraged by the fact that, oh, this guy just started playing 5 years ago or whatever it is. It's the fact that you are seeing him get better in legitimate increments of time. So if they're thinking, look at the player he was at Penn State versus the player he was at Northern Illinois, can he make another jump? 22 is not old. It's old for a draft prospect, relatively speaking, especially the best draft prospects, because a lot of those guys, if they come out, they're young. Like an Asa Newell, if Asa Newell puts up the numbers that he put up at Georgia last year as a senior, he's not getting drafted in the first round. I guarantee you, right? The fact that Asa Newell did what he did after being there for just 1 year and playing with all the dudes he played with at Montverde, that kind of jacks the guy up. With Niederhauser, you're kind of having this, you know, have both ends of the stick here, trying to say, hey, look, yeah, he's 22, but it's not like he's 22 in a quote unquote finished product. He's 22 with some ceiling left to explore. Maybe if we get him into our facility, get him with our coaches, and get him an actual plan to have specific things to get better at. And if he understands that plan and can stick to it and get our trainers and our nutritionists, maybe he can be something that down the line is better than Kalkbrenner. And that's ironic because 2 years ago, when it was coming down in the 20s in the 2023 draft, and I was looking at Leonard Miller, and I'm like, oh shit, the Clippers could draft this dude. And then I get that message saying that they going with Kobe. It was like, I mean, sure. And y'all can read this. The story is up at The Athletic. I said, I mean, I get Kobe. I put Kobe on my list, but I also put Leonard Miller on my list. And y'all don't want to be having to explain in 3 years how Kobe didn't really play or didn't get a chance to play, or he's at the same level as this other dude, but this other dude is ready to, you know, he's got more time to explore that. And so that's, they kind of did the reverse, not completely, because Niederhauser's not, you know, it's not like he's a teenager, but they kind of did a reverse of what they did 2 years ago. They went with tools over a guy who could, quote unquote, be the best guy who could play tomorrow.
What did you make of Lawrence Frank talking about a different approach when it comes to guys practicing with the veterans, with the big leagues, instead of getting more seasoning down in the G League so they have an opportunity, I guess, to beat out a vet and get minutes that way?
Well, as you know, Lawrence Frank used to coach in the NBA. So he's got some of his feelings about developing young talent, having a veteran roster. I mean, Lawrence has had all kinds of rosters. People forget the rosters that he had in especially New Jersey, where he had success. Detroit, he didn't have as much success and wasn't there as long. And Lawrence was also an assistant coach for a long time, not just in New Jersey, but also in Vancouver, also in Boston, because everyone has to touch Boston apparently before they are running the Clippers. but yeah, like it's like this, man. The G League's been great. I remember when the Clippers didn't have their own G League team and they were sending Bryce Johnson and Diamond Stone to Salt Lake City every damn week. That was just, it was unproductive. Okay. We don't need to add any fancy superlatives to it. The G League is great. And I'm getting a call from a source. So let me get back to you another time.
All right, Law. Do your thing. There goes Law Murray of The Athletic. He's working. He's working the phones. That's why you heard the PlayStation sound a little bit earlier. It's that time. Things are happening. I saw this Jay Telfort of Butler. The Clippers signed him to a two-way, it looks like. He ended up with 16 points per game, fifth-year senior. Shot 47% from the field, 36% from the outside. A little over 3 assists per game. We'll see. Summer League invite. It's at least news. Himothy had it first. I thought I'd bring it up for you guys. It's draft night. They may pick somebody else up, but I think this is at least of note. Want to make sure to mention it. We'll see if Law rejoins here, but I thought Law brought up some good points about Yannick maybe having a higher ceiling than some of the other bigs out there in the draft, and that's what they're chasing. Get him into this Clippers environment, this culture, and see what you can do. You guys are wondering if Law is getting a source calling him about Giannis. Come on now, Chemo. Chill. I did want to ask him about Norm, James, and Kawhi Leonard, though, with some of the stuff that Lawrence Frank talked about last night. Call Me Joel said that was dope. I hope that's a call saying we're trading Norm for a pick. I'm just checking Twitter here. Just want to make sure there's nothing going on. At Law Murray, the NU. Has he tweeted anything out? No. He retweeted the Kobe Sanders Clippers official account tweet from earlier. Okay. Everything's fine. Nothing's happened yet. Appreciate Law's time here. We'll see if he hops back on or not, but either way, it was some good analysis on the last 2 days with the Clippers. Making some moves. Chill. People saying he got a call about LaMelo. You all just want to speculate recklessly here. People are still upset with what the Lakers did. Can we see how things play out? Can we just see? I had some texts earlier from people upset. Clippers didn't do enough. I'm pissed. Look what the Phoenix Suns did. Should have got Fleming. I don't know. I liked him too, but I like Yannick. I like Konan. I like 4-hour podcasts because that's where we were at now. I'm starting to run out of steam myself. There's not something crazy going on here. There's not a trade going on. Remember, Norm extension talks can't take place till July. I know Shams would have it if it was Giannis or something crazy. No one's arguing with that. Is this just about Telfor? Another player not that familiar with. Bulldog. Surprised Brad Stevens didn't bring him back with him to the Boston Celtics. Some people are saying the Lakers drafted a scrub in the second round. Some people still hating. That does not stop. Luis Lemos only hates in here. That's all he does. Later, Bay City. Appreciate you. All right. I think we are good here. I don't think Law's coming back. I'm pretty sure. That's the only reason I'm still dancing here, just in case. Law's info and intel is that good. So if you wanted to break a story here on Clippers Talk, I didn't want to sign off too early. I want to blow it like that. Lakers fans are celebrating something, but they're always overinflating picks, and you know how it goes with the Lakers. There's a lot of time left to see how everything plays out, and I think we got to let stuff settle a little bit now. The overreaction, there was plenty of it. Maybe it's time to take a deep breath. This has been the 2024-2025. I guess just the 2025 NBA draft. Law tweeted. All right, let me bring it up. Law put out the tweet. Oh, they got the Greek Freak on the Clippers summer. Polakaitis. I told you I liked him out of all the guys we talked about on that Clips and Dip episode a couple of weeks ago. I liked Polakaitis. I said that. That was my guy. I like this. He got an invite. Here's Law. Per league sources, Butler point guard Telford and Yale shooting guard John Polakaitis set to be on LA Clippers summer roster and likely to get Exhibit 10s. I'd also expect Kobe Sanders to be a two-way to start out. I liked Polakaitis. This is good news. The real Greek Freak. Let's go. Between him and Kobe Sanders tonight, I'm hyped. I'm geeked. Freaking out about the Greek Freak. Polakaitis out of Yale, we talked about him a lot a couple of weeks ago. I said out of all the guys, he was the one I liked the most that the Clippers were working out. Partly because I said, oh, he went to Yale, smarty pants. It's that simple. But you look at the numbers, 4-year senior, averaged 19 per game, 45% from the field, and he shot 40% from three the last 3 years. I like this. I'm into this. I'm glad we stayed on a little bit longer. I mean, Yale was in the tournament. I think they lost in the first round. But who'd they lose to? Like Texas, I want to say? Who'd they lose to? Texas A&M. And Polakaitis, I believe, balled out. This is a guy you should take a flyer on. This was my guy. Yeah, he had 23 in that game. 7 of 18, 4 of 10 from the outside. Polakaitis is a bucket. Now I got to pull up something. I got to pull up some YouTube footage and see what the analysis was, because I thought he was going to get drafted. I think we all did. This was a guy I thought that was expected to be drafted. Talk about speaking it into existence. I remember Chuck said, who did I like out of all these guys? And I said, Polakaitis. I did. Maybe I'll pull up that clip. You know I'm here for the receipts. Scouting highlights. Let's see. Is there any draft? Okay. Here we go. Hold on. Let me share my screen with you guys. Let's go.
Welcome to Film Sesh. My name is Corey Tullaba from No Ceilings. I'm here with my co-host, Albert Garbage Time Gim. Albert, how are we doing today, bud?
Amazing. It's a great time, the best time of the year, our favorite time of the year. A lot going on. We're super busy, but we've got a special guest today, and I'm really excited to get into the film.
Yeah, man. We have one of the best shooters in college basketball. Not just a shooter, which we'll get into in the film, but we got Yale's John Polakaitis with us today. John, appreciate you taking the time, man, and happy to have you here.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm excited.
Yeah, man. So we're going to start this out. We like to begin this segment with something we call Scout's Honor. So for anybody who hasn't watched you, I want you to give us, the honest scouting report on your game, your strengths, and, the things that you're working on to improve during this pre-draft process, but the honest scouting report from the man himself.
Yeah, totally. I think for someone that's never seen me play before, I would describe myself as a shot maker, shot creator. Obviously I'm a great shooter, and that's my niche, but I believe that I have, the ability to not just shoot the catch and shoot shot, but also off the dribble, off the move, full sprint, whatever the case might be. I consider myself a fairly versatile guard. I think, my ability to shoot the ball and, play efficiently as well as not turn the ball over allows me to be able to, facilitate almost any type of offensive system. So I think that obviously, like I said, my strengths come in on the offensive side of the ball. And, one thing that I've been proving during this time and that I'm going to continue proving, that I'm excited to continue proving is, my willingness to fight on the other end of the floor. I believe that, I'm a very able and capable defender at the next level.
So let's get right into your clips. One of the things you mentioned earlier is you could sprint into shots, right? So we're going to start off with kind of how I think that you could be really valuable at the next level playing off of other stars, and that's your movement shooting. So take me through this clip and kind of what you're trying to accomplish here.
Totally. So this is our floppy action. We call it single double. And essentially, as soon as I saw De La Rosa, my defender, trying to shoot the gap, that's right when I faded it. I did a lot of work this past year with one of my assistant coaches, Coach Kingsley, as far as learning how to, it's because I think it's truly a skill to be able to be sprinting full speed and, thinking about having to get your balance right, but also, paying attention to where your defender is. Because if I'm sprinting full speed and he goes under like that, but I keep curling, then I'm curling right into him, and vice versa. If he trails it and I fade, then he's still connected to my hip. And so, like I said, it was a lot of work during the year, and I don't always get it right, but it's definitely something that I've been improving and will continue to improve, because like you said, I think, I don't need any dribbles. I don't need any time with the ball in my hands. I think that allows me to, like you said, play off of obviously the highest level of players in the world.
John Polakaitis. I tried to tell y'all on Clips of Dip a couple of weeks ago. Let me see if I got this. Let me see if I can find this clip. Chuck asked me, who'd I like most? Let me see if I can find it here. This was my guy. This is the guy. This is the one I wanted. The true Greek freak. The man is tough. Let's see if I can find the proof that the Clippers needed to get this guy. Where's the video? Was it alive? Was it a LaMelo Ball episode? KD will not be interesting pre-draft. This may be it. Okay, I got it.
Him in the
Check this out.
Malaysian big volume, like
Kobe Brown.
undersized guard, like kind of a Chris Dunn-ish guy, 6'2" defensive specialist, 4 years, yes, 4 at SDSU, Kawhi's alma mater, and then 1 at Kentucky. Not an outside shooter.
Yeah.
App State. Shockingly, you guessed it, 4 years at App State.
Just like with Kobe Brown.
Yeah. I was going to say, but he was still in heels.
I'm going to go with Smarty Pants from Yale.
Which of those guys, before we get into the funnier ones, I guess, jumps out to you?
You know what? I'm going to go with Smarty Pants from Yale.
Polakaitis? Yeah.
Smarty Pants John.
Give me the 6'10" wingspan.
Yeah.
Work with that.
The 6'6" guy who's a 40% shooter on a pretty big volume.
19 points per game. It's no joke. Did they make the tournament? Oh, they did, Adam.
So. My friend and I, this guy I went to college with, had a really funny bit where I had a Yale Bulldog sweatshirt for some reason, and he had a Yale t-shirt. And during the school year, we would go to parties and just pretend that we were from Yale, in the middle of the school year in Missoula, Montana. People saw through it right away, but it was a pretty fun bit.
So I think they made it. They lost to Texas in the opening round, Texas A&M, which was a 4 seed. Yale was a 13. Let's see what our guy had. Ooh, it wasn't on him, not his loss. 7 of 18, 23 points, 4 of 10 from the outside.
Okay, this is far and away the best.
This is the guy. Of this list. This is the guy. Bring us John P.
Is he Greek? What is that?
I don't know. Let me search up his name.
I like it. Is he Polish? Another Polish rifle on our hands here.
Second generation Greek.
I knew it.
That's cool. The Clippers could have a heritage night that they don't tell anyone about for this guy. All right, so he seems like the best. Okay, I think we all agree on that. Bring us John Polakaitis, and the championships will follow. Now here's
Enough said. John Polakaitis has been delivered to the Clippers. Let's go. I told you. That was my guy. They brought him in. Now it's just a summer league invite. Exhibit 10. But they got him. How cool is that? What a night. Unreal. I had way too much fun for a round 2 draft night that went over 4 hours here on Clippers Talk. This isn't just the best day of my life. It's the best day of your life. Polakaitis is bringing us the championship. Didn't you hear? We just spoke this into existence. Wait a second. Even better, Law Murray has returned. Law. We talked about this guy a couple of weeks ago. I was like, bring me Paul Polakaitis.
Man, we gonna find out.
You had it. You had the intel. Nice job picking up the phone there and making it happen.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I looked at all these dudes going in, so I was I was familiar with um him and everything. And you want shooting, he gonna shoot that thing. 40% from 3 years in a row at Yale. And I don't want to diss on Yale at all. Yale just had a first round pick straight up. We all saw Danny Wolf out there. So um, it's going to be an interesting summer league team. Like, you can start speculating and seeing who might play on it. They got another guy who I'm really looking forward to seeing what he looks like as a basketball player, and that's Jamil Telford. Another one of these guys who, when you just look at how he filled the stat sheet, contributed to his team, he checks pretty much all your boxes for a perimeter player. Got to the line at a high rate. We were just talking about that with the Clippers draft picks. A guy who is positionally a pretty good rebounder. A guy who a decent assist to turnover ratio. The only reason I'm putting him as a point guard is because he's the only dude on Butler who had a decent amount of assists on the entire team. He led the team in assists, and he didn't have a boatload of turnovers to go with it. I'm not saying he had a great assist to turnover ratio. You generally want your playmakers, whether they're point guards or your top scorers, to have a 2-to-1. He didn't quite have that, but he led Butler in assists, and he had more assists to turnovers, and he didn't have a lot of turnovers. That's 3 things that I'm cool with. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't think his steal rate was great, but it wasn't terrible. One per game that means for every game you didn't have a steal, you had a game where you had multiple steals. That's the way I'll kind of look at that. Look at around the entire NBA. I'm not mad at you if you average 1.0 steals a game, and I'm especially not mad at you if you didn't get those steals selling out, if you were still solid defensively. And he's got a pretty solid body. Again, 5 years in school. It's understandable why he didn't get drafted. But I'm interested to see what he looks like against other players, in summer league. So another point guard type of guy in Telford and a straight up shooter in Poulikitis. Very interesting post draft guys for the Clippers.
Poulikitis, the original Greek freak. I'm telling you, this is the one right here. This is the guy.
How he gonna be original? He was probably in middle school when Giannis started playing. We gotta put some respect on Giannis.
They knew then. What has Giannis ever done? I got a couple more for you, and we'll go off of the draft talk a little bit, get to some off-season stuff. Norman Powell, extension talk eligible in July. How far do you think that extension talk is going to go if he wants like a 3-year or 4-year deal, as the Clippers still seem to be on the same timeline of 2 years till 2027, where that's somewhere they have to reload, right?
Yeah. Norman Powell might be the 2025 what Paul George was the 2023. That's how that feels. And it's obviously ironic because of the energy that Norm came out with to start last season, had the opportunity and went crazy with it, and was not shy about the fact that the opportunity came because Paul George was vacating his place in the offense. So now we all know how Paul came into the 2023-24 season. He had a lot on his mind. He wanted to be with the Clips, but he also wanted the money, and knew that the changes in the CBA was going to make money he would have gotten easily from the Clippers much more challenging, considering the team that the Clippers needed to build with him and Kawhi advancing in age. And this was the conversation even before the James Harden trade was completed. So now you just, Norm is not exactly coming from a position of strength when it comes to the negotiations here. I think he's a critical part of the Clippers one way or the other going into next season. But I also look at Norm and how, he got hurt. He's older now. He's on the other side of 30. And Game 7 is going to leave a mark, when it comes to viability going forward. He's the guy that needed to be really good, and he played his worst game of the playoffs in Game 7. I will be surprised if the Clippers and Norm agree to something. But I also look at this as you got to see what happened with Terrence Mann. Terrence just got traded twice on an extension that he signed right around training camp, And the thinking of signing that deal was knowing that he was probably going to get traded. And instead of doing some quote unquote bet on myself thing, a nod to one of Norm's best friends in the league, Fred VanVleet. Instead of doing that, he was like, look, man, you see role players get squeezed. Like Norm once got traded for Gary Trent because Toronto didn't pay him. They instead traded him for Gary. Well, the team that he got traded to, Portland, signed him to the deal that he's on now, only to trade him to the Clippers a week before the next deadline, the trade deadline. Look at what happened with Gary Trent. Gary was productive in Toronto, but Gary hits free agency, and he's left without a chair in the free agent musical chairs game, and winds up having to sign a 1-year minimum with Milwaukee. He plays well, plays like Gary Trent. And now Gary Trent's in free agency again, and everyone's lasting image of Gary is what happened at the end of Game 5 against the Pacers. I'm fascinated to see what happens with Gary, a guy who's hitting free agency again after his experience last time around. And I'm very interested to see what happens with Norm, a guy who absolutely deserves to be compensated. But I think who that comes from and what that contract looks like, it's a matter of, do you want to stay and be on a quote-unquote team-friendly deal, or do you think that you're going to get that deal somewhere else next summer? I don't think the Clippers are tripping either way because he's under contract for a year. If Norm leaves, that's $20 million opens up in a summer. You say that you want to do something, so we'll see what happens.
Do you think there's a better than 50% chance that he's with the Clippers in training camp?
I would say yeah. And I think those odds decrease in February. But we're talking about odds and chances, and it's just me spitballing. I don't need to get no phone calls and whatnot because I'm quote unquote reporting some shit, and I'm not doing that. I'm just spitballing here. I'm making an informed judgment on what I've seen the Clippers do in similar situations over the past several years. So, if you want to criticize me for that, then that's fine, but I'm not the one making the decisions here. I'm not the player. I'm not the coach. I'm not the front office. I'm not the agent, and I'm not the owner. And if I had any of that kind of money, Adam, we could talk, but I'd be looking like a little more money right now.
Yeah, I'd be talking to you on your yacht, maybe.
No, I wouldn't have a yacht though. I would not have those rich problems. I'd have different rich problems, but a yacht would not be one of them. I don't like water like that.
Same here. I've seen Jaws too many times. Happy 50th anniversary. I need a bigger yacht. James Harden. He was brought up to Lawrence Frank, and I guess they've been talking ever since Game 7 ended with his representatives. Do you think the most likely thing is that he opts out and re-signs another 1+1 with the Clippers?
That's the plan. I think that's the plan all around. Pretty much every league source I've talked to expect that to be the resolution. But the thing that I would say is, if James Harden opts in, it ain't to stay with the Clippers. So, I think that I don't think that's a likely or something that I'm like preparing for in any way. But
your read is, if he opted in, that would mean he'd be looking to be traded?
It means that they're trying to look for, another team because they don't like what their contract. It would be a breakdown in negotiations. And again, I just don't expect that to be the case. I don't expect that to be the case from either end. But deadline spur action. I don't think James is worried about this at all. That dude is not even on the continent right now. I don't even want to be talking about James right now, but Yeah, the bottom line is the expectation is that he opts out and seeks another deal with the Clippers. And that's, I think that's where everything is headed towards. We'll see. This isn't 2023 in Philadelphia where, teams weren't talking because they were spooked about their draft picks that they forfeited to sign guys like PJ Tucker and Daniel House. Like this isn't a situation where James is like, I'll opt out so I can get the bag from Houston, not accounting for Houston hiring a head coach with previous experience working with James, who doesn't want to build his program with James as a part of it. So there's not a lot going right now as far as like, right now, James and the Clippers, we're expecting them to, is more than likely is going to be a 2+1 kind of thing. And that's the expectation. We'll see. Today's the 26th. Clock's ticking. So, we'll see what the next 72 hours are like.
So we're looking at in a couple of days, we're going to hear James Harden opted out, and nobody should be going nuts over that. That's to be expected. That's the most likely scenario.
Yeah, the opt-out, it would not sound alarms for me. An opt-in would.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're talking about, no one's talking about like an opt-in being a thing that would happen. I asked straight up, why would James opt in? And again, no plan to do that. But if you would only do that if you felt like the number is so far apart that it necessitates something where he would have to find a team. And I don't know what that team would even be. James is not exactly a plug and play player. So,
Could it be a number of years and not the price?
I don't think so.
If you wanted 3 years, that wouldn't be an issue for the Clippers?
I think everyone knows what the plan is. Like, you got to remember, James has been a free agent before. You know what I mean? And I think James did everything the Clippers asked him to do. Like, James literally signed a 1+1. And that 1+1 is like, if something were to happen to James this past year, if he got hurt, if he had an ungodly, terrible year, if he missed the playoffs for the first time in his entire playing career, then it's like the market will dictate certain things and you lock that in to protect yourself. He doesn't need that protection. He just made All-NBA for the first time in 5 years. So the talks were the talks last year. I don't think there's any surprise. James is about to be 36 this summer. Like, there's the over 38 rule, like, that you have to, like, that just restricts your options anyway. So again, I don't expect anything crazy. We'll see what goes on from there.
All right, last one for you. Lawrence Frank said Kawhi Leonard continued to work out during the NBA playoffs, kind of to parallel or simulate in some ways, going through and playing hard till June. Is that meaningful to you?
It is meaningful to me because it's not like he could have did that last year. Last year he had a procedure, and then went to Vegas training camp. We all know how that worked out. I thought it was a very interesting, not in a good way, interesting conversation about the Sixers doing something similar with Joel Embiid. It's like, Joel Embiid, if he's dealing with an active injury, then you park him. It's like Kawhi Leonard had swelling in his knee that needed to be managed. He needed to actually get that knee stronger. The Clippers have dealt with that kind of knee issue before, both with Kawhi and with Marcus Morris Sr. Like, if Joel Embiid is dealing with, an issue with his knee that needs to be managed acutely, or not even acutely, just period. Like, Joel's procedure has happened already weeks ago. Joel stopped playing basketball months ago. He didn't play after February, I believe. Like, if Joel can't start the season for the Sixers, and that's a very unfortunate situation for them. As it relates to Kawhi, he couldn't play through the NBA Finals last year. He couldn't play with a meniscus tear in 2023. In 2022, maybe it would have been nice if Kawhi could have played at all, but the Clippers weren't eligible to play because they didn't even qualify for the playoffs because they missed the, they didn't survive the play-in tournament. And he tears the ACL in 2021, right? He suffered the injury in 2021. This is the first time in 5 years where Kawhi even had the option to do this as far as playing in the playoffs, completing the playoffs, and then training all the way through. It's literally the first time in 5 years. And I don't even want to say 5 years ago because we all were sitting for months before the NBA found a way to complete the NBA season 5 years ago in the bubble. That was a disruption,
Yeah.
And so, the last time Kawhi could probably say that the earth was normal and he finished the playoffs and he could even do this was when he actually won a championship in 2019 in Toronto. That is a long ass time. So, all the things that I've seen and heard about Kawhi have been good, minimal, which is also good. I don't want to hear a damn thing about Kawhi until training camp. Because
no news is good news.
Exactly. I don't need take pictures and post them, Jones, and introduce me to new music. I don't need to see anything else. I don't want y'all on my case about what I gotta say about Kawhi's status going into camp. Like, I don't need those problems, and I don't need y'all coming back when I told y'all some things that turned out to be correct either. I don't need that energy. I just want to see Kawhi be ready for camp, the regular season, and hopefully a respectable amount of games next season. It's June 26th. His birthday's in a few days. We are on track for that. Hopefully it remains that way.
Well, I appreciate your energy. I know you've been busy, very busy the last 48 hours now, Law. Get out of here. You might get another phone call at any time, but I appreciate you jumping back on. I didn't even text him, guys. Law just said, hey, I can come back on if you're still there. So I appreciate it, my friend. It was good catching up. I tried to, if you didn't notice, I tried to give you a break over the last month. I'm like, I'm not going to bug Law. I'm not going to bug Law. I'm going to wait till the draft to bug him.
Man, I don't need no damn break. I'll be locked in, man. I told somebody earlier, I'm so locked in, man, that I can walk through the door without a key. So, I'm straight. You ain't gotta worry about me. But I appreciate the concern.
All right. Be good, Law. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
There goes Law Murray, the great Law Murray of The Athletic. At Law Murray, DNU is where you find him. Where you find me, we'll go back to the apartment. I got to wind down. We've gone 4 hours and 26 minutes. I'm done here. I'm done. Enough. We got the Greek freak talk in. That's all I needed, I think. That's it. John Hokaitis is a Clipper. Successful draft, in my not so humble opinion. Before we get out of here, should we play it one more time? Just one more time? If you know, sing along. Yanic Konan Niederhauser, Yanic Konan Niederhauser. The world most fearsome fighting. Yeah, I'm losing my mind at this point. We'll go out on this note. Appreciate you guys joining me here on Clippers Talk for a draft night special. Maybe I'll be back Sunday, maybe later next week. We'll be tracking the James Harden opt-out, opt-in decision. For Law Murray of The Athletic, I'm Adam Osmond. We'll talk to you next time.